What's up, you filthy animals? My name's Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti, and donkeys are blue. Welcome to Sunday Q&A. We're going to do a little work on the Squeak here that we put the new VTX on Wednesday, Friday. What day's today? Sunday? Friday. We put the new VTX on. These TPU camera loops that we put on are not going to work. They are the mount holes need to be shifted down a little bit. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the old camera mounts, slap this thing the rest of the way together, and then we're going to swap the motors out. We're going to swap these Brother Hobby VY 1504.5s, which are very fragile, out for these X-Nova 1804s, which are anything but fragile. For the record, guys, these X-Nova 1804s are hysterically durable. I think that's because of the 3mm motor shaft, which I've been screaming for years. But yeah, these are hysterically durable motors. Hands down the most durable micromotors I've ever found, which is awesome. In the chat, if you'd like to talk directly to me, you can do a super chat, which will also support the madness, or just type CiottiFPV. When you type CiottiFPV, it'll light up an orange for me, and I'll know that you're talking to me. If you want to do a super chat, but you don't want YouTube and Google to take 30%, you can head on over to CiottiFPV.com, scroll all the way down, there's a PayPal button. If you choose to do that, make sure that you tag me in the chat and say, yo, Ciotti, I just sent you $4.20, the weed number, over on PayPal. Riot9 was first in the chat. Apache Smoke, Wounded Sniper was next. Then came Alley Oop, Riot9, Jafar Zaidi, Mr. Huggy, Scott Gillen, Cheesy FPV, Gary Higgins, Riot9, Dan636, repeat, Riot9 again, WAM-FPV, Yuki Treats, Simon Fail, F-A-H-L-E, I think that's Fail, Fahol, I don't know, Expander, Riot9 again, I'm gonna leave it there. Squids FPV, what's up, Adam? Jono FPV, Halfboard, if you want the gangly to read your name, you gotta get in there early. The folks that have tagged me so far, Alley Oop says, CiottiFPV and Collective, what's up, everyone? Scott says, hey there, bud, RC Roscoe in the house. WAM-FPV says, who would win in a fight, Kebab or Andy Shen? What weapons would they use? Attack with hammers? Kebab or Andy Shen? I don't really know Andy Shen all that well. But in terms of if they were to fight with quads, Andy Shen would win, because he has access to bigger, sketchier quads. Kebab only has access to 5 to 6 inch rigs. So there you go. That's who would win. Andy Shen, because he'd bring a 10-inch to the fight, wave it around, and get Kebab. Riot9 with a $4.30 Australian, I think. Super chat. Thank you very much, brother. He says, eat and poop. Indeed. Darkman says, evening. Jono says, first chance to catch you live. Welcome, Jono, to hell. Rob Axelson says, check your email. The sooner I get me the changes, the sooner I can get the camera mounts modified / made / mailed. Rob, I'm losing track. There's like 4 people, 3D printing me stuff right now. Which stuff did you 3D print for me, Rob? Make sure you tag me. Did you 3D print me these camera mounts? If so, the only change that needs to be made is that the mounting holes. It would be nice if instead of 25 millimeters tall, it was like, let's say 23 millimeters tall. Let me check that, because somebody else is printing. Somebody else has been printing Insta360 Go specific mounts. He redesigned them to be stronger, and they've got their own little thing on them. Well, you know what? No, I don't think that they're gonna I don't think these are gonna work together. I don't know if these will work together. Yeah, I don't know. But if they were, yeah, if it was 23 tall instead of 25, that would also be cool because there is a 23 millimeter standoff that people who are not running the RunCam hybrid would probably be able to use. So yeah, if it were 23 tall, that would be great. And then the only other thing that needs to happen is that the camera needs to move down a couple millimeters, like let's say 2 millimeters. So just the camera mount holes, if they just move down by 2 millimeters, that would be like it, man. That would be absolutely perfect. You can see the gap here. Yeah, the gap is looking like it's roughly it might be more than that. The gap is closer to 3. The gap is closer to 3 millimeters. Man, it's tight. That's what she said. Yeah, it's tight. So if those, if the camera mount holes could go down by 3 millimeters, that should do it. And then it'll fit beautifully. Rob Axelson says, "Como estas, bitches?" Yella Captain says, "Hello, CiottiFPV and all the other beautiful people in the chat." Random FPV says, "Good day, you seg-c bugger." See what you did there. Rob Axelson says, "The camera mounts." Okay, cool. And then Rob says, 20 mil tall, drop holes 3 millimeter. Yeah, I think that's a bit. That's about it, Rob. Other than that, like it's almost perfect as it is. And if I went from a 28 millimeter standoff up to a 30 millimeter standoff, I could probably swing it. But I actually don't think I have any 30 mil standoffs. And the 28 mil standoffs are already like obnoxiously tall. They have to be obnoxiously tall because the RunCam hybrid is a tall ass camera. AKA says, "Why you inside on a day like this, bro?" Because I gotta work, man. I gotta eat. Dan636 says, "I'm awaiting my second set of Xnova 1804s. For me, they haven't been too durable, but then again, I'm really good at crashing, like really good." Yeah, I mean, what I can say is that compared to every other micromotor that I've had experience with in the last 5 years, they are like way more durable. Like way more durable. Right9 says, "Shirt says I hate Comcast." It does, and I do. AKA says, "Let's go fly after." I don't have any batteries charged, and I got a bunch more work that I need to actually get done after the stream, so it's probably not a fly day for me. But that's okay. I appreciate it. AKA. Rob Oxton says, "What about moving the cameras back?" If the camera, so the only problem with moving the camera back is the press nut. The press nut already kind of contacts the back corner of the camera, and it's just going to get worse. So I don't think we want to move it back. I think you put the hole, in terms of front versus back, I think you put the holes in the exact right spot. If anything, they could maybe move forward a little bit. You know what? If the holes did move forward a tiny bit, it would help the with the clearance problem. So yeah, if you move the holes like 1 millimeter forward, that would kind of be amazing, because that would help with the bottom of the camera hitting on this press nut. So yeah, good call on that one. Let me see how it is compared to the other mount. Yeah, so this other mount does have the camera moved forward about 1 millimeter. So yeah, forward 1 millimeter, down 3 millimeters, and that's about it, I think. Let me put a prop on here though, and take one quick look at something. Well, I can just tell by the prop line. I could use my finger. So the bottom of my finger. Yeah, no, that would be perfect. It's weird that the camera mounts need to move down by so much, but it's because the top of the camera is where the majority of the conflict happens because the lenses are sticking up. So it seems weird, and the mount's going to actually look kind of weird with the camera mounts moved down. But yeah, that has to be done. Also, the prop line is a little bit higher. The prop line is not dead center in the 28mm standoff, although it might be with a different motor. Nope, it's the same with this motor. It's actually a little bit worse with this motor. But yeah, that's why it needs to move. But yeah, we definitely don't want to move the camera back. If we move the camera back, then we would need to go to a 30mm standoff, because the bottom of the camera would bottom out on the press nut, and then the camera would need to sit up a little bit higher. All right, cool. Yeah, so this is a Q&A stream. Leave any questions you've got. Why is it so bright in here? Is there really that much light coming in this window? I need to be in a goddamn cave. There we go. That's much more cave-like. Welcome to the basement, friends. I need to live in the basement. Hey, Mazda 2 is coming. In theory. This week. It's Sunday now? Yeah, this week. Should be this week. So you guys won't have to look at this anymore after this week, because I'm going to cover the rest. And yeah, that'll be really nice. It'll be really nice to have my own car again. It's been 2 years, actually. It's been 2 years since I've had my own car. I've just been borrowing and just not having a car. Which, you know, when I was living with someone who had a car, that worked. But when you're living alone and you don't have a car, it sucks. But luckily, there are some people in my life that are extremely generous. P. Richard Scott let me borrow his and his wife's Jeep for a couple of months, and then my dad let me borrow his Mustang here for the last couple of months, so that I could, just so that I had time to focus on other things and just kind of get back on my feet from, all the shit that's kind of happened in my world this year. Rob says, I'll get to work on it when I get off work at 1 a.m. Jesus, Rob. Don't rush. You're good. John OFPV says, looking at getting my second quad now and already considering digital, worth it on something small or only a 5-inch, currently learning on my little Mobula 7. DJI digital on something small is a little tough because it's a pretty serious weight penalty. I would not do DJI on anything smaller than like a 3-inch rig, and I wouldn't even do it on like a 3-inch toothpick. I would have like a 200 gram all up weight 3-inch rig would realistically be the lightest weight rig that I would put DJI on personally, because the Vista is big and it's got some weight to it. It also, finding room for the Vista can be a little bit difficult with micros, but there are some options. The Apex Micro, the QAVS Mini, and then there's a couple more that have dual 20x20 stack mounts. Definitely don't get something that uses an AIO. You will hate your life. Get something that can run a 20x20 individual ESC and individual flight controller. It's going to fly better. It's going to be cheaper. It's going to be more durable. It's going to not make you want to quit. It might still make you want to quit the hobby, but it won't make you want to quit the hobby as badly as an AIO will. Yugi Treat says, can you tell me how to replace the VTX antenna on a Nanohawk X? I mean, the easiest thing to do is going to be just to look to get a 5X loop, LOUPE. There's a link down in the description. Get one of these and then look really closely at the way that the factory antenna is installed, and you'll see that there's an inner. So the antenna wires are 4 layered. Yeah, 4 layers. There's an outer rubber sheath, and then there's a silver braided layer, and then there's a plastic insulating layer, and then there's an inner core all the way in the center. So when you look really closely at the current VTX antenna and how it's mounted, what you're going to see is the inner core is soldered to a pad, and then around that is the plastic insulation, but then the silver braid that's on the outside of that plastic insulation, that is soldered to another pad, a wider pad, and then that's kind of it after that. So yeah, that's what you need to do. I've done it a couple of times on the live streams, but you're probably not going to be able to find it. But yeah, they've done it for you. You can take a look at it and get an idea of which pad is which. It's pretty difficult, I'm not going to lie. The only thing that would make it easier is if you were able to buy an antenna that's already prepped for it, but usually they're not. Usually the antennas are just cut, and you have to prep them yourself. And that process is actually harder than the soldering process, because you've got those 4 layers, right? So the first thing you need to do is get rid of the outer rubber layer, and then you need to cut down a bunch of the braid, and then you even need to cut down the plastic insulation, and you got to make sure that you don't accidentally cut into the really thin little core, because you have to leave the core sticking out so that you can solder it to that pad. Well, then once you have that inner core sticking out, then you need to cut more of the outer sheathing to expose the braid. You got to make sure that you don't cut through the braid. And then you need to, and then the braid needs to have a little bit of an area so that you can solder that down to the pad. And everything has to be like the perfect length. For the record, Emacs should be beaten with a fucking hammer for soldering the goddamn for soldering shitty ass antennas to these rigs. If they'd soldered up half decent antennas, it'd be kind of like, oh, all right, well, they put a good antenna on it, so you shouldn't need to replace it. But they don't. They put horrible antennas on. And then, yeah, the fact that they solder them on there, like, fuck you. Like, what are you doing? I know what they're doing. They do it so that you can't fix it, so that you have to give them more money for a whole replacement VTX. But, you know, that's... And Emacs is well known for that. Emacs is well known for doing proprietary things on their rigs so that you can't buy replacement parts from anybody else. You have to keep coming back to them to buy your replacement parts. I'm sure their excuse is, oh, well, you know, that way you come to us to get the right thing and to get good quality and all that fucking bullshit. But, yeah, that's it's very, very frustrating. So yeah, take your time, and it's tough. It's a tough thing to do, but it's doable. It's totally doable. John FPV says makes sense. So realistically, looking at 200 plus grams. And more of a 3.5 inch or bigger research time. Yeah, 200 plus grams for sure. 3 inch is totally fine. 3.5 is fine as well. But yeah, there's a lot of options for 3 inch, not that many options for 3.5 inch. Depending on what your payload is, which it doesn't really sound like you have a payload. When I say payload, what I basically mean is HD camera. The only real reason to go 3.5 inch is if you're looking at carrying a 40 to 60 or 70 or so gram HD camera. If you're not looking at doing that, then a 3 inch rig is going to be all you ever need. Going to 3.5 is just going to give you a rig that has a little bit too much float, in my opinion. 3 inch at sub 250 all up weight is really, really nice. When you go up to a 3.5 inch, in my opinion, you want your all up weight to be closer to 300 grams. So it depends, but yeah, 3 inch, 3.5, You're gonna love it. Jackalope says, I finished soldering and connecting my quad together last night. It has a T-Motor Pacer F7 flight controller, T-Motor P50 ESC, which are connected via a ribbon of wires. The flight controller and receiver have power, but for some reason my ESC doesn't seem to be working, only getting the first three beeps upon powering up. Thoughts on problem solving? Do I have a lemon? Jackalope, so first 3 beeps are basically the ESC saying, hey, I'm good to go. Next 2 beeps are the ESC saying, hey, I'm able to communicate with the flight controller. So if you don't get beeps number 4 and 5, it's exactly that. The ESC cannot communicate with the flight controller. It doesn't mean the flight controller is blown up. It doesn't mean the ESC is blown up. It means exactly what I said. It means that the ESC and the flight controller are not talking. That could be because the flight controller is blown up. It's not because the ESC is blown up. So if the lights are coming on the flight controller, chances are it's probably not blown up. If that's the case, then so that's the first troubleshoot, is the flight controller coming on, which you probably already know. The next troubleshoot is, why the hell is the flight controller that is coming on and the ESC that is coming on, because I can hear the beeps, why the hell are they not able to communicate right? Maybe you've got the wires wrong on the ribbon connector. Maybe you've got like RPM filtering selected in Betaflight, but you don't have a version of the ESC software that supports RPM filtering. Maybe those are the 2 most common things. What am I missing, chat? What could be the other problems that will cause the oh, maybe it's a resource problem. The motor resources could be fucked up. Probably not, but could be. I'll leave it to the chat to call out the rest of the things that could cause the flight controller to not talk to the ESC. It's probably that the cable connecting them is incorrect, or the ESC is on an older version of the firmware that doesn't support RPM filtering, but you have RPM filtering turned on in the flight controller. So those are pretty easy fixes. Brian L. says 1507 on a 3.5-inch ideal. Not really. 1507s really aren't ideal on anything at this point. You could make a case that 1507s are good for like a 3-inch racing rig. But yeah, so the height of the stator should be 1/3 of the width of the stator. So like a 2306, right? 23, 6, 6, 12, 18. You want that. So, 18 is not quite 23, but at least it's less. A 1507, 7, 14, 21. 21 is way more than 15. That's a problem. That's a motor that's going to run really hot because it has way too much vertical and not enough horizontal. The horizontal puts more motor in the airflow to cool the motor down. So with a 1507, what you've got is a motor that, like, when you're just cruising around, it's already starting to get hot because it doesn't have enough of a width to cool itself down. And then when you dig into the throttle on a 1507, that motor is going to overheat immediately, and then you're just going to lose lots and lots of power. So yeah, 1507 is like an old school sizing. Like last year, 2020, 2019, we thought that was a good size, but the difference in flight characteristics between a 1507 and like a 2004, for example, are night and day, and they have similar amounts of stator volume, or even an 1804. These X-Nova 1804s will kick the shit out of a 1507 in pretty much every way. So yeah, 1507, really the only thing I would do with that is build a race rig. Other than that, and like a freestyle or a cinematic scenario, those 1507s are going to be a little bit of a nightmare. But yeah. Martin Wynn with a 2-pound super chat. He says, Gangleman, Ciotti crew, did you update to Edge TX? I did not, but I know that I should. Michael Blade says, what's good? Martin Wynn with another £2 super chat. He says, less latency in the seam. Nice to see you, bro. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I love that that Edge TX has less latency in the sims. I don't really use the sims anymore because they forced me to learn another... The sim is never going to fly exactly like your rigs. So when you fly in the sim, you have to develop muscle memory for the simulator. I try to fly the exact same rigs over and over and over again so that I can just have a Cinewhoop and a 5-inch freestyle muscle memory. And then I can just pour as much time into those two versus I also sim, I also fly tiny whoops, I also fly 3-inch, I also fly 4-inch, I also fly 3.5-inch, right? I don't want to have 7 like mental notes for which rig I'm flying. This is one of the ways to become a better pilot, is to build the same rig over and over and over again and fly the same rig over and over and over again so that you can really get used to exactly where that rig hovers on the throttle, exactly how much throttle you need to throw that rig 100 feet backwards for a power loop, the exact amount of right stick that you need to rotate that thing perfectly around so it lands completely flat and the horizon is, nice and beautiful and dialed in and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't really use the sim anymore. It's one of the reasons that I stopped doing Sim Sundays. The other reason is that my computer's a piece of dog shit. June Loco says, what's good, FPV fam? Richard says, just came back from Rip Down the Street. Runcam Hybrid has been shutting off recording mid-flight. I think I just figured out it's my SD card. I saw SD card error message. I had that problem at 1.2, Richard. You want a memory card with a U3. U3. Where is it? See it there? Next to A2 is U3. That's what you want. That's apparently the right designation for a memory card that's going to be fast enough for all these newfangled cameras. I have a bunch of U1s that sometimes work, but yeah, I've had that issue before. It's not just you. I need water or I'll die. Yeah, how about that rip that I played on the beginning of the stream? It was so good that I'm going to play it again. Be right back. I was on fucking fire that day, man. 262? 262. Be right back. The microphone is a look. Wow, look at that screenshot. This is the greatest screenshot ever. That one was dirty. It was a dirty little throw. Gamma Gonad says, too bad for me that I have to try the latest and greatest. So many different quads. Love flying them all, some more than others. Yeah, I do too. I love flying all different sized and builds and whatnot. But yeah, like I specifically notice now that it makes me fly. Well, it makes me fly worse when I go back to the 5-inch freestyle glides and the Cinesplore. It's already, I already have a hard enough time bouncing back and forth between the Cinesplore and the 5-inch rigs. Like, the adjusting to the differences in up tilt is really, really difficult. So yeah, I try not to confuse it too much beyond that. But I digress. Richard says, I got a Circle 10 on mine. I think Circle 10 is even lower than U3, so I'm pretty sure that's the issue. Pretty sure. Robox says, trimming the tree tops. Yeah, man. I'm real lucky I didn't, that thing didn't get hung up in the tree. Martin Wynn, thanks again for the super chats, man. Much appreciated. Let's do some screaming, also known as building. Okay, so I'm going to pull this camera off these mounts before I forget, although I won't be able to forget because the top plate won't go on. But it's the easiest thing to do, and I'm all about doing easy things. Just ask my ex-wife. I guess that joke doesn't work, though. For reasons that I'll leave on. I'll leave out of the public live stream. Jesus Christ. Oh, boy. We laugh to keep from crying. Am I right, boys? Greetings, cretins! Okay. Let's get this all whopping up. Hi-ya! Fwee-oh! Anybody know what that's from? Any Uncle fans? Uncle Ciotti. Uncle Ciotti says that if you build your rigs with AIOs, you fucked up! You fucked up! You use an AIO, you fucked up! Anybody? Anybody recognize that? Somebody just lost their mind. Somebody gets the reference and they just absolutely lost their mind, for the record. It's a YouTuber. Ram Dunko says, last time I farted. No, that wasn't the reference. Fwee! Oh! Hiya! You guys should look up Uncle Roger here on YouTube. You will shit your effing pants. Really funny stuff. Okay, so I'm going to put these on, and I'm going to mount the camera when it's up on top here. And then we'll just sneak it down. Come on. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Uncle Roger. Trust me on this one, guys. I've never led you astray. Check out Uncle Roger. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. 23 out of 25. Awesome. 1 millimeter from top and bottom. We have to drop the mount holes 4 millimeters. That'll work. Halfboard knows. Halfboard knows. Riot9 with 20 Australian dollars. He says, still my ex-girlfriend's money. Ha, fine, don't come back. Thank you so much, Riot9. Ed K says, if Yen can cook, so can you. Oh my god, yeah, I remember Yen can cook. From when I was a little, from when I was a wee lad. Yen can cook. Fuck me, that's right. Yen can cook. Didn't that guy end up being like a rapist or some shit? No, I'm just kidding. He didn't. Bad joke. Bad joke. Bad man telling a bad joke. Man, I'm looking forward to getting these Brother Hobby 1504.5s off here. They have been infinitely fragile. I've broken these motors on crashes that like... they're very fragile. I broke one of these at Rampage on a crash that was like nothing, and that was a moment where I was like, all right, no more with these motors. This is ridiculous. Like, they just, I mean, they're really lightweight in fairness, and you know, lightweight stuff is seldom all that durable. But yeah, I'll take, they're, and I'm all about lightweight motors, as you guys know, but there's a limit, you know, like there's a point where it's like, no, that's too lightweight. That's ruining my life, lightweight. All right, cool. So let's get a little bit of shrink wrap on this VTX, and then we can drop it into its little home and do a little shrimp wrap action. Or not. Maybe I won't do the, maybe I won't play the shrimp wrap game. I'm actually going to trim this little button flat just so that the button doesn't get pushed when the shrimp wrap goes on it. Let's leave it like that. And then hold it up like this. I'll get some torch on it. Do some torching here. Oh, wait a second. Why didn't I trim the shrimp wrap? Why didn't I trim it? Oh, farts. And now it's all shrunkened up. Can I trim it while this is still on it? I think I can. I think if I just come in here like this, I can maybe swing it. So that side, and then if I pull it over to this side, oh, this is going to be ugly. But whatever. Okay, let's see. And then this, I can maybe just give a little stretch to get it up over the head of the antenna, maybe? Let's see. Fui! Oh! Come on, you know you want to. You know you want to come off of that antenna, you little piece of shrimp wrap asshole. Come on, you shrimpy bitch! Title of my sex tape. Wait, what? Well, now it's stuck. No, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. Yes, keep going. Yeah! Okay, cool. So this is probably now going to be too small. Title of my other sex tape. Okay, let's leave it like that. And let's see how it shrinks. Fui yo, the man said to me. He said, fui yo. Rob Oxton says, no, that was the Frugal Gourmet. Oh my god, the Frugal Gourmet. I remember all these gourmets. I was kind of raised by my mom, so I watched a lot of cooking stuff growing up. And then oddly enough, I never cooked. I'm the world's worst cook. Self-proclaimed. There we go. Actually not that bad. I just haven't done it. Like when I do it, I'm not that bad at it. But I don't like to cook either. Like that's the other thing. I don't. I mean, which makes sense. You know, we don't like to do the things that we're like not good at or haven't done much. Oh, well, this isn't. Why the hell would they give this shrink wrap that's too big for the fucking product they're putting it in with? What are you doing? Ishin, come on. I assumed that it would be fine. That it would shrink up enough. But it's not looking like it. Somebody that hasn't seen Uncle Roger, go watch Uncle Roger and tell me that you don't absolutely love it and want to marry him and have 18 of his kids. Alright, well, that's as shrimpy as the shrimp wrap is gonna get. Rob Axelson says, "Petter ass, 8-year-olds, dude." Goddamn brilliant Big Lebowski quote. Athix says, "Got my goggles and shark bite on a Switch now. Left my shark bite on for an hour and didn't realize it." Oh my god, that's scary. That's wild. It doesn't turn off with the goggles. I never thought about that. Yeah, I guess it's because you're like plugging it in hard. It's like hard plugged in. Whatever the hell that means. This is just not tight enough. I need to get this tighter. This needs to be tighter. This needs to be as tight as a tiger. Know what I'm saying? Sports fans. So to do that, I'm going to use a piece of this shrimp wrap, because this shrimp wrap is tighter than that other stuff. No, it's not. I need to use a piece of shrimp wrap that I need to stretch out to get over the head of the antenna. And I don't have any of it in my little scrap bin here, so let's dig in here. Well, no, I think I know the exact right size. Hold on. I think it's gonna be this, right? Because I think this won't quite fit over the head of the antenna. Yep, this is what I want. Okay, so let's just cut a little piece of this. And away we go. If you didn't know, you can take shrimp wrap, and you can actually stretch it a little bit. Not a lot, but you can stretch it a little bit. And then when you heat it back up, it'll shrink all the way back down, as if you didn't stretch it out. So one of the things that I can do here is stretch this out a little bit, just so that I can sneak it over to the head of this antenna. I didn't stretch it quite enough. I have another pair of pliers that opens wider. So you just put it in here, stretch it out. You want to rotate it so that you're not just stretching the same part out over and over again. Rotate it, stretch it, nice and careful, and then you got to be quick because it returns to its old shape pretty quickly. So quickly get it on here, and I didn't get it quite enough. Let me do it one more time. I didn't get it quick enough on there. Fwee-oh. Uncle Roger. There we go. That should do it. Yeah. There we go. So now it fits over there, and then I can just put it on here, and then it's going to shrink up all the way. Tighter than the stuff that's on here already. So let's get that. Like that. You just got to be gentle with the heat, because you like kind of put a bunch of stress and trauma into it. So just be gentle with the heat after that. Or it'll rip like that. That's the problem with doing that, is that you've put like, you know, stress into it, and sometimes it rips. Which makes me not even want to do it again, because it's probably just going to rip again. Eliup says, throw a link for your shrimp wrap. I don't really have a good source for shrimp wrap. I just like grab it on Amazon or whatever, I guess. There is an Amazon affiliate link over on CiottiFPV.com. Hey, yeah, this is my full-time job now. If you want me to keep on doing this, I need you to help out a little bit. Maybe that's just clicking the thumbs up button. Maybe that's joining the Patreon for $3 a month. Lots of cool stuff coming up on Patreon in December you're not going to want to miss. Lots of big-ass giveaways. So if you're not on the Patreon, it's insane for you to not jump on it for the month of December. Yeah, a bunch of affiliate links on CiottiFPV.com as well. If you're ever doing orders on FPV Crate, FPV Cycle, Amazon, Oh My God's website, and there's a bunch of others on there. If you remember to hit the affiliate link before you check out, or if you use bookmarks, you can just replace the links in your bookmarks with my affiliate links, so that when you hit the bookmark, it'll put my affiliate info in your cart, and then you won't even have to think about it. It'll just be there, ready to go. It's free money. Fwee-o. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. All right. Let's get this going here. Okay. Take it. Stretch it. And the other thing you want to do is rotate it like this, so that you're not stretching one side really hard without the other. All right. This should be better. Good. That last time I kind of overstretched it. It like flew over the top of the antenna. You want to stretch it as little as possible. You guys could probably have guessed that, but yeah. All right, now we should be good. And I'm going to use a lighter. Sometimes the torch just kicks off too much heat. Lighter's a lot easier to moderate the amount of heat. Fwee-yo, my friends. Fwee. Oh, it fucking ripped again. But it only ripped a little bit, so I'm just going to stop there, and it's going to be fine. Get the top a little bit more, and we're good to go. Damn it, I can't believe it ripped again. Yeah, you gotta be careful when you're stretching it like that. It really does weaken it, but usually I can get it to work. Usually it doesn't rip twice in a row like that, but guess I'm not on my game today. Alright, so this is just sort of a temporary mounting setup for this. I'm gonna change the way that this is mounted in the future, but for right now, this should be fine. I'm going to start mounting these flat on the bottom plate. You guys will see that soon enough. But for right now, I'm going to mount these vertically again. And that's going to be just fine. So let's put that like that. And just push that down a little bit. Okay, cool. So yeah, they're just going to hang out there vertical in between the rear standoffs, and then I'm just going to run a little zip tie to kind of keep them centered. So let me just get that going here real quick. Man, I need to replenish my zip tie supply. I'm running low. Just going to use one of these small ones. Usually I run one of the big ones, but this rig we're going to try to do the 3.5 inch prop thing on, so I'm just going to keep the zip ties small because those 3.5 inch props really come close to these standoffs. So we're going to try it with a little zip tie, see what happens. Basically, this little mounting setup, though, it should be totally fine. We're just trying to make sure that they don't make sure that they don't fall out the back. And yeah, just kind of like having one zip tie that holds them in between the standoffs like this works shockingly well. It's really cool. It's kind of an awkward setup, and when you look at it, you're like, that ain't gonna work. But I've been doing this little setup for a long time, and it's been completely fine. So all set. Alright, cut the little tail off, and then we can swap these motors out. Which is exciting. Soldering iron coming on. And I'm going to sneak the zip tie down a little bit. Just so that it's really holding these guys in here. And yeah, now we're good to go. Cool. So we've got video. The last zip tie I'm going to put on is up here on the UFL to make sure it doesn't back itself off. I'm sorry, to make sure that the that if the antenna gets pulled, it doesn't yank the UFL off of the VTX. So this is a pretty important little step here. You always want to make sure that you've got something that's holding on to the antenna wire. The antenna wire itself is really strong. So, and what happens is when you go crashing through trees and shit, the head of the antenna will catch and it'll pull on the antenna. So if you don't have any strain relief on the antenna, it'll just break it. It'll just rip the UFL right off the cord of the it'll rip the UFL right off the antenna UFL itself. Alley-oop says, oh no, we got that. Grizz says, what's up? Got the rib squeak in the air and amazing. Very cool, Grizz. This one is about to be airworthy as well. Athix says, my Hulk arms for my chicken just finished. They look ridiculous on Thingiverse. The fuck is that? Hulk arms for chicken. What is that, Athix? What's that mean? What are Hulk arms for a chicken? What is the meaning of this? Oh god. Okay. Hulk arms for chicken. Hulk chicken for arms. Motor swap. Let's get some flux on these race wires that we're going to be doing this on. I'm not going to put these Brother Hobby 1504.5s on anything. And I also don't really think I'm going to do a giveaway with them. One of them is pretty badly banged up. The bell is bent. I might have an extra floating around somewhere. But yeah, if any of you guys have 1504.5s and want some backups, let me know. I'm not gonna sell these to you if you just need a set of motors. These are not a good set of motors to buy. There are much better options, like the Tokas. But if you already have these, you're gonna need backups because these are very fragile motors, and I can help you there. So let me know. And this Immortal T mounting that I've got going on is just not good. I really need to figure out a better way to mount this Immortal T. I think I actually might have just figured it out in my head. I think if I mount it flat to this piece, that'll be a lot better than what I've done here. Also, I want to check this. I might have ruined this Mini Mortal T. Nah, actually, it looks like it's okay. A piece of shrimp wrap just kind of moves a little bit. But that's fine. So what I want to try to do is rotate this thing and then mount it flat. So let's see. Hopefully I have enough cable on it to do this. So hold on, let me get this shrimp wrap all the way down. Alright, there we go. Okay, so I want to rotate it, and then I want it to sit flat. Flat like that. That's what I want. Is that going to work? I don't think so. this any lower? Damn it. I think I have to go back to the way that it was mounted previously. Or I can, what else can I do here? I can run it out and then up over top. Is that the move? Come up with the cable. Come up and over with the cable and then sneak it up there. The cable goes down and out. I have not found a really good way of mounting Immortal T's on this frame. There's just not like a super great way that I've found of doing it. Although this is kind of interesting. If I just put it down there, I don't even need to secure it. I can just secure the cable. One of the things that's really nice about the Immortal T is that it's so short, it's so lightweight, that you can actually just secure the cable and then just let the end of the antenna kind of hang out. So if I did a little zip tie there, but how the hell am I going to thread that zip tie back through? If I can get this, then I'm a certified zip tie ninja. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this, though. Let's try it anyway. There's just no way for me to show you guys what I'm doing here, but I'm basically just running a zip tie under, and then I'm going to try to peek it back through. But that's the part that's going to be nigh on impossible. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if I can get it. Keep getting flux on my fingers. Oh boy, come on now. Actually, almost had it a second ago. Get out of here, motherfucker. How is it that tools are always, like, right in front of me? Like, I'm so good about putting tools back where they belong, but somehow, no matter what, they're always sitting right in front of me in the exact wrong spot all the time. Is that just me? I know that's not just me. Oh, man. This is the shit that makes me, like... It, like, actually makes me anxious to do this. Like, I get anxious. I get all fucking angry. Because, like, I just want it to come through. Like, just come through this hole, yo. Like, why do I have to work so hard at this? Oh, this is... And yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of describes working on micros top to bottom. It's just, like, it's the most anxiety-producing thing in the entire world. There we go. That's how I take my micro frustrations out. Come on, you asshole. Yeah, like, no person should have to do this. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. Oh, great. Yeah, don't even go at all in there now. That's great. Yeah, do that. Do exactly that. Yeah, do that. Do some more of that. Yeah, keep doing that. Keep doing that. I'm gonna murder your family! You guys like that? That was just for you. And you. And you and you and you. Come on, asshole. Come on, you scumbag. Get in there. Come on! Come on, shitwad! Oh my god, this is... Fuck you. I had a feeling this... I don't know if it's possible to do this, if I'm completely honest. I don't think that there's a way of actually doing this. Come on, you prick. You're right there. That's right, motherfucker. I win. You lose, you scumbag. Fight me. I'll fucking asshole. I'll teach you, you goddamn bastard. That's right. It was impossible, but I'm the person that does impossible things. Joshua said it was impossible to Matty flip those tables. You know what I did? Matty flipped those fucking tables, bro! How did you not know that? Alright, well, we'll feed it through. And now watch, this won't be a good mounting spot. I'll be like, oh, I didn't think about this. I'll have to move it right back. Let's see. Let's see if that was just a big waste. I mean, it was obviously a big waste of time, but, you know. That describes most of what I do. Alright, so I don't think I really need to get it, like, cranked tight. I just need to get it, like, kind of just like that, I think. I think that's it right there. Just tight enough, but not too tight. There we go. Fuck your mother! That should be good. I hate it being right up against the carbon like this. Like, I really don't like that, because then, you know, like right now is a big old null. But it's a micro and it's on crossfire, so in theory I'm never going to have it far enough away where that bites me in the ass. So let's just go for it and see what happens. Motor swap time! Gamagonad says clip the holes and melt them back. Athix says look at Facebook Messenger. Robin Duckett says Clam Man. Rob Axelson says the Micro King.
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメダメダメやめ諦めたら。周りのことを思うよ。応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだろ。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそネバギブアップ。
Oh, hi. That's right, Clam Man. I will never give up. Man, is that a lie. I give up all the time. I give up right now. Watch me. Watch me give up. I'll show you. Cool. That's all good to go. I'm picking my fingers real quick here because I'm a crazy person. And then we're gonna swap these motors out, and it's gonna be amazing. This thing is gonna be ridiculous with these big motors on it. Like, for the record, this is gonna be absolute mayhem. These motors are gonna make so much power. The Earth is actually gonna start spinning in the opposite direction. So, you know, when all your shit goes flying, you'll know it's the Maiden. You'll know what's up. Oh, hot girls and boys video chat. Let's get on it, chat. Come on. Let's all hit the link. Oh, look, there's not even a link. Well, hide user on this channel. Better luck next time, webcamschat.com. Suck my ass, Larry. Why did it not delete? There it goes. Now it deleted them all. Sorry, webcamschat.com. Sorry. Hot girls and boys video chat. Get on it, chat. Get in there. I'm not going to hit the link, but, you know, you guys can do whatever you want. Jackalope says, fantastic news. Quad has all 5 beeps. Turned out that the massive warning message on Betaflight meant something. Shout out to the collective for the Sunday edition of Reading Rainbow. Oh, did you guys tell him to look at the warning message? That's a really good idea. Yeah, warnings in your OSD can really help out. Tyler DD says, Tiny Hawk VTX range is bad all of a sudden. Can't go more than 15 feet. Then it goes fuzzy, even 200 milliwatts. Replace VTX antenna and does the same thing. VTX seems fine. VTX, I mean, if you're only able to go 15 feet, then the VTX don't sound fine to me. You know what I mean, Tyler? I mean, if you change the antenna and if it's not in like some kind of a pit mode, then yeah, you need a new VTX. I mean, when did this, like, what you want to think back on is exactly when it started. If it started like after a crash or after the rig got stuck in a tree for like an hour or something like that and the VTX was on full bore, then the VTX got too hot and shit the bed. If it happened after you were fucking around with some settings, well, then maybe it could be setting related. But yeah, if you were out flying and it just kind of started to happen, then more than likely the VTX shit the bed. Emacs is known to have not great VTXs. So it doesn't surprise me at all that it's an Emacs rig that you're having those issues with. But yeah, I mean, you kind of already did the big thing, which was change the antenna, you know what I mean? Choose an ESC protocol on Betaflight. Nice, Dan. That's the other thing. I knew I was missing something. I knew it. You guys rock. Alright, let's switch these motors out. Use this tip reconditioner real quick here, because the tip of this soldering iron is in a sorry state right now. Sorry state of affairs. But now, it's magically not oxidized at all anymore. Happy days! Let's go! Let's get these fragile-ass motors off of here. 1, 2, 3! Usually I unscrew the motors, but I'm going to try to not do that this time. See if it's any better or worse. Alright. 8. And 3. And I'm just pausing there because I don't want to put them right back down on the pads and have the pads still be liquid, because then they'll just re-solder themselves, and we don't need that. Alright. And last one. Why the fuck is taking rigs apart so much faster than putting them together? Like, why is it, like, it feels like it's actually 10 times faster to pull them apart than to build them. Like, it's probably only 9 or 8 times faster, but it feels like 10, guys. It feels like fucking 10. A tan! A fucking tan! Oh. Oh. Oh, there's some aggressive shrink wrap on this one. There we go. That's some aggressive shrimp wrap. I'm gonna have to deal with that in a minute here before I put the new motors on. The new murders on. Okay, let's get these murders off. Murder. What's up, Super Deluxe? He's got to go. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun while it lasted. My phone just went off. What's it say? Chat, can you guys read my phone from there? What's it say? Tell me. Oh, no! Oh! Let's see if it's something good. La 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 la. Hulk arms on a chicken fool. Hey, it's 421. Oh my god. That is exactly what he said. It's Hulk arms on a chicken. Those are some Hulk arms on a chicken. There it is. That's absolutely ridiculous. Says they're trying to contact you about your car insurance all day, every day. Richard says looking at a tiny LED's Whoop mount board for TBS. Looks like 5-volt input is shared. 5-volt VTX RX pads PCB. Is 5-volt still just 5-volt, or should I just wire up a dedicated 5-volt to both? I mean, those little things, all they do is take the existing pads and change the location of the pads. I can't quite understand the question, Richard, but yeah, all those little boards do is move the pads from the VTX to the side of the thingy. So however you were going to wire up the VTX, you're just going to do that same wiring, but on the board instead of on the VTX itself. Mr. Huggy says, taking quads apart is easy compared to 2 wings I've taken apart this week in order to rebuild them. Riot 9 with $4.21 Australian. He says 4.21. Yeah, it's when you get really high. What is this camera doing? What are you up to, camera? Just gonna be fuzzy? Just gonna be a fuzzy ass motherfucker like my butthole? Ooh, sorry about that one. That was a bad one. There it goes. It needs flesh to focus. That's what she said. Watch this one. It's I crashed pretty quick. thermal control, bro. I just had a coughing fit. Richard says 1 5-volt input on the PCB. So I assume it's both powering both VTX and... Oh! I didn't realize it was a dual. Yes, that would make sense. That would make sense. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Jesus. Alley-oop says, what race wires are you using? These are the Flywoo 15 millimeter long ones. They're the only ones that'll... Fuck! They're the only ones that'll work on the really small micros. And you can only get them from Flywoo's website. But they do ship pretty quick, so it's not the end of the world. They'll get them to you with the quickness. Jesus. Jono says, what milliwatt are you flying here? It seems like you have a lot more range than I experience. That's my 5-inch rig, which has an immersion RC tramp, which is a 500 milliwatt VTX. Much more important than the gear, though, is the antenna placement. Both on your goggles, right? Like, as in, like, where you're pointing your head, and more specifically, your patch. Your patch antenna is way higher gain than your omnidirectional antenna. So, if you can keep the patch antenna, which is on your goggles, which is connected to your head and your neck, right, which turns. If you can keep your patch antenna pointed roughly in the direction that you want it to be, I'm sorry, that you want to fly, and it's it's like behind a building, for example, right? You'll have a way better chance of getting it done than if you're just fucking, you know, as you're flying, or better yet, you know, like when you're flying like this, you're not using your patch antenna. You're only using your Omni antenna. And yeah, the Omni antenna is much lower gain. Gain is the measurement of, is how they measure that. Jackalope FPV with a $10 super chat for the Mazda funds. Jackalope, in case you weren't here earlier, I am actually, I actually already sent $2,000 for the Mazda 2, and I'm sending the rest. Should be later this week, because next Friday, I'm sorry, not next Friday, this coming Friday, I am returning the Cobra to my dad. So hopefully, the plan is, not hopefully the plan, but just like hopefully in general, because it's just a situation that's out of my control, so, you know. But the plan is for, yeah, me to have the Mazda 2 back by the end of this week. Which will be amazing, because just the other day, in my Facebook memories, were the pictures of the crash that smashed up the front of the Mazda Miata, the black car, and it was 2 years ago. So yeah, I haven't had, and the Miata is my car, like the Mazda 2, the light blue hatchback that you guys see in most of my edits and shit, and flying. That was my ex-wife's car. But, you know, like, I maintained it, and like, I put a bunch of the parts on it and shit like that. And I love it. Like, the Mazda 2 is a phenomenal chassis and platform and just car in general. Yeah, my ex-wife said a month ago or so, she was like, she basically said it's too low for downtown Atlanta, where she lives now, and she's just gonna like destroy it, driving it in downtown Atlanta all the time. And that she would be willing to sell it to me, which is really cool. That was really cool of her. Because yeah, like I fell in love with that car. I've had that car up in the mountains. I've done a bunch of autocrossing in that car, and I was actually when I was looking at used cars, I was the only one I test drove was a fucking Mazda 2. Actually, like it's one of the cars that I was looking at, so I would have probably ended up buying a different one. So like this worked out perfectly, you know. So yeah. It's not all doom and gloom, I guess. I don't know. It's just nice. It's something nice to come out of a really shitty situation. So yeah, I will be very glad to have that. What I'm trying to do here is move the arm LED out a little bit, because the shrimp wrap is like all up on these fucking solder pads. I put shrimp wrap over these LED race wire things to protect them from prop strikes. If you run them without shrink wrap, the propeller will bang the little LED chips right off the PCB. Which like is fine. The rig doesn't come down, but you lose the LED. But what's important there is that yes, the rig does not come down. Because that was a question that I had when I first bought one of these LED race wires. Was like, well, if I prop strike and smash one of those LEDs, is it no longer a race wire? The answer is no. It does not matter. Thank God. I mean, if they couldn't have built it the other way, they would have gotten sued. They wouldn't have gotten sued because this isn't Walmart. But they would have gotten a bad rep. I mean, no, they wouldn't have made them, right? Like if I would hope a manufacturer wouldn't, you know, like, oh, whatever, just put a disclaimer on it. Make some money. Come on. So close. There we go. All right, that's just right. God damn. This is what this is what makes micros suck a big fat bag of dicks right here. This is it. This is it. This is the shit that, oh God, like they're just a little bit too small. It's a little bit too fucking, oh, why does it have to be exactly this small? Like, I don't have big dick beater hands. I kind of have skinny, like I have like little skinny fucking type on computer for all my 20s and 30s, you know, working in corporate jobs hands. And I'm like, like, like you guys that work outside and shit and have like big meaty hands, like how do you not just light the whatever building you're in on fire every time you have to work on these? Or maybe I just have no patience. I don't know. I'm okay either way. Jackalope was high when I said that. What did I say, Jackalope? Martin Wynn with a really cool question. He didn't type FPV after Ciotti, so it didn't light up in orange. Look it. Oh. Yeah, this is a good example. Look it. This is what happens if you guys don't spell it right, that's what happens. It just doesn't light up. But see, sometimes I'll still catch it out of the corner of my eye. You know what I mean? Because it's like the @ symbol is kind of different than the regular text. So sometimes I'll still catch it. But there's an example of yeah, why, if you guys have ever like thought that you like if you thought that you typed my name and I missed your question, like maybe that's what happened. Don't get fucking pissed off at me. I'm pretty good about catching all the orange because it really stands out. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Jono, hey, did all that make sense about antenna placement and whatnot? Oh, the other thing that's important about antenna placement is that the antenna on the quad is up. I really think that getting it at a 45-degree angle makes a difference. I swear to God, because when you're flying along, if your direction of travel is this way, right? Well, here, I'll just... ready? Pew! Look at the antenna! Look at the antenna, yo! Look at it, fucking all up there, like a proud baby. See, I really think that makes a big difference, too, on the quad. Specifically, you gotta get it up above the battery. That's really what I think matters, too, is if you can get the head of the antenna up above the battery. I mean, just as high up as you can, basically. Right? But like, yeah, try to get that fucker up above the head of the battery so that when it's nose down, because just think about it, like the other thing to do is to put everything on the rig, right? And then just like try to block the antenna. Like, so if your eyeballs are the camera, right? So like you can see the head of the antenna, so it's going to be good signal, good signal, good signal, good signal, good signal. Bad signal, no signal. Like, look at, where's the head of the antenna, right? It disappears behind. So you just do this all over. You play this little game like all over. Like if you ever mount your antenna and you're concerned that it's a little bit too close to the body, this is the game that you play. You like see in how many orientations you can completely hide the head of the antenna. And then you know your nulls. Then you know how much of a null you've got. The farther out the head of the antenna is, the less nulls there are. So like, I guess this is what like long range people would do, but I don't know. I just I actually really think about that on a freestyle quad, because a freestyle rig, like I want to be able to go far with it too, because it's like a freestyle video where you also go really far away. It adds a little bit of like scale to it. So having one rig that you can do all of that like in one big rip is pretty cool. So that's why that's the reason why I run the long UFL antennas even on the micros, because I bought one of these short UFLs. Oh man, we're getting in the fucking weeds. God damn right. So they sell a, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's on the Tiny Whoop. That's right. I found the perfect use for it, actually. So this is a True RC rather, UFL, little shorty. You know, so I started buying these little guys for the 5-inch, for the micros, right? Because this isn't that much bigger than this. But yeah, it put the head of the antenna down like right around here, and I noticed that the video was worse with the antenna down there. With the antenna up here on a 3-inch rig, it's I can go everywhere I can go with the 5-inch freestyle rig, which has the whole antenna waggling out. So yeah. Antenna placement, yo. It matters. It really does. JVFPV says precision meat hooks. Yeah. Ooh! Hold on. The Menace with a fucking great question. You use 1306s on a Rip Squeak, but I've heard you say that 1507s are too tall before also, but they're 2 millimeters wider, only 1 millimeter taller. 1306s. Great question, Demenis. The Rip Squeak with 1306s confuses the shit out of me. Which is why I'm not taking those motors off of it quite yet. I don't understand why those 1306s feel so good. The other thing that's great about the 1306s is they're a 9x9 motor mount pattern. And that's the other reason that I'm keeping them around. Because we don't have many 9x9 mount motors that make really good power. So that's a part of the reason. And the reason that 9x9 mount matters is because there are these brilliant GEP RC prop guards that are really sturdy, right? And they're 9x9 mount only. Yes, you could just wallow them out to 12x12, but then it wouldn't be as strong because, and these are legit strong, right? And they're very low profile, so they don't wreck the flight characteristics of the quad. So, yeah, these on a Rip Squeak also make it look like a stupid little toy. So I feel like you could kind of get away with like flying even sketchier kind of shit. And it does make it safer too, right? Like this with these on it, like, I mean, just a 3-inch rig, less than 250 grams, you can't really hurt somebody with, like, period. But you could maybe, like, if the prop blade hits them absolutely perfect, maybe, like, cut them to where they might need, like, a stitch or two. But then with these, no way, right? Like, a silly little 3-inch rig with these, it's just like, oh yeah, that's a fun, cute little donkey, right? It is glittery. It's glittery. And it's glittery, right? It's fucking glittery. So it must be, you know, it must be kid safe, right? I don't know. I'm obsessed with these prop guards, though. They've been around for a while, too, and I don't know. So yeah, I don't understand why those 1306 motors fly as good as they do. But yeah, every time that I've back-to-back them against the Brother Hobby VY 1504.5s, to be honest, I can't tell a difference. I actually can't tell a difference between those two rigs. I probably, in fairness though, I've probably only put about maybe 20 batteries on those two rigs total because they keep breaking. Runcam hybrid problems or VTX problems or yeah. So it would be nice to spend a little more time. I have a feeling I could eventually feel the difference, but like, I don't know, man. Why should I work so hard to try to feel a difference? Like, if there is a difference, it should appear. And if it doesn't appear, then, well, it's probably not making me fly worse, so whatever. But I am going to pick. I am going to spend some more time on these rigs. That's really what I need to do, is just spend more time flying just 3-inch rigs without going to 5-inch freestyle, which just absolutely warps my brain. Because the glides just fly, they're just perfect. I mean, it's just absurd. It just doesn't do anything wrong. It doesn't prop wash. It has such a incredible amount of momentum. It's just so fun to fly. God damn. And like the lack of momentum with these little guys, it's like if you couple that with it not being absolutely locked in, then you're like, ugh. But like if I build these things just right and there's good video and good range and like hopefully now with Crossfire a little bit less latency, yeah, they give you like 90% of the 5-inch experience in a much smaller space, you know, on your street in front of your house, basically. Like, let's be honest. That's why we build these, right? Or whatever, you know, the spot at work where, like, on your lunch break it's available, but there is technically a chance that somebody might be walking and you don't want to kill them with a 5-inch rig. There are a bunch of, like, situations in... There have been a bunch of situations in my life, and I think in a lot of people's lives, where a rig like this is God, but it's gotta fly good. Because you're not gonna get that momentum out of it. Interestingly enough, one of the theories behind this build right here is, what is the maximum amount of momentum that I can get out of a 3-inch ripsqueak frame? These are the biggest motors that it really makes any sense to put on here. I mean, I guess technically you could build this as a 4-inch rig. But again, why? Unless you're going to carry a camera, there's no reason to build this as a 4-inch rig. Unless you want extra float. Okay. So that's fair enough. If you like the extra floaty feeling, then you would do that. But for carrying around a runcam hybrid, I think this is kind of it. Because, you know, it's all like we're trying to keep the rig as safe as possible, but the constraint, so we want to keep it as light as possible. And the main constraint is the payload, right? Like the weight that you have to carry that is not adding to creating thrust, I guess, right? And that's the Runcam Hybrid, which is, I think, like 13 grams. Jesus. All right, hold on. I'm getting behind on chat. Stand by. Woo! Hold on. Raboxison says I have soft palms. JVFPV says, say head of the antenna again, please. Jono says, yeah, makes sense. Got the TBS Triumph Pro and the Quad Menace Invader. Bazai and Pros are going, maybe where I stand is causing me issues too. If I stand where I'll crash. So that, oh God, I totally glossed over that. So yeah, where you're standing is the most important thing. Where you are physically putting your feet is absolutely the most important thing. There, in a given space, there is a spot where you can stand where you will get good coverage of the entire area because of bounce. The signal bounces off of leaves, it bounces off of concrete, brick, shit like that, right? So just kind of look around and like visually like play pool with where your video signal is going to bounce. And yeah, if you can bounce it and get it behind the building, you'll probably have good coverage behind the building. But there's a little bit of an art to it, for the record, so it does take time to figure that out. So you kind of can't rush that, but just think about it, visualize it as best you can, and just, you know, take 30 seconds to do that every time you go out and fly, and you'll develop that sixth sense. Kaiser Suze says, do the long antennas ever create vibration noise issues? I haven't seen it yet, Kaiser, but I'm super scared of that. I thought that might have been going on with the Cinesplorer, but it wasn't. So but that shit scares me. So yeah. The quad that I have the longest antenna on is this chase rig, and so it's it's bent funny right now, but it's mounted on a TPU flat piece thing, and it does have a little wiggle to it, but the one that Chris Rosser tested was like a floppy. It was floppy as shit. It wasn't this stiff, so I think it's fine. But apparently, it shows right up in the black box log. So, yeah, I'll just do a log with this rig, and then beg Brandon's Baked Beans to look at it. Great question, Kaiser. Demenis, perfect. Here he is. The 1306, and then he says the 1306s have more stator volume than the 1504s. Yeah, than a 1504, yes. But what's funny is they have the exact same stator volume as a 1504 and a half, and the 1504 and a half was the first of the really good. So the 1306s have been around for a while as a 9x9 motor with this amount of power, and I've been flying them on 3-inch rigs, and when people would fly them, like Ladrib, like Wild Willie back in the day, like Schizo, like Steele, like Kevin, when those guys would fly that rig with the 1306s, they would be like shocked by how just, so those guys all chose 5-inch and pretty much only flew 5-inch. And this was like the first time that most of them had flown a 3-inch rig that had anywhere near that 5-inch flight characteristic and feel. And I think it had a lot to do with thrust to weight ratio. But what seemed to happen with micros is we went from too low of a thrust to weight ratio all the way to way too much of a thrust to weight ratio. We never settled in the middle. We went from motors that were way too small when I was first getting into it, which was 1103 and 1104, and the 1104s back then were actually 1105s, right? And 1105s actually flew good, but for some reason they went directly to 1106 and then 1107 and 1108. And they started to get way too hot, and they started to make way too much power. So it didn't have a good throttle curve. It just made too much power. So they were touchy, and you couldn't really be accurate with them like you could with 5-inch freestyle rigs that had settled onto a 2206, I think, at that point, which was still damn close to 2306 and 2207 that, I think we can all agree are like the sort of the correct motor size. Although Bob's big old whatever 25 mil motors kind of throw a wrench in that. But I mean, his motors don't. I think he sacrificed some of the so the sizing of the motor is the most important thing in terms of like how much power it's going to make. But there are like a dozen other factors that do also really affect it. Air gap, the actual strength of the magnets used. Man, I used to when I used to talk to Ryan Harrell a lot, I had a much better vocabulary for the motor stuff, but I haven't really had to think about it much since then, and I'm forgetting a lot of what he taught me. Which sucks, because, man, I learned a lot from him. But yeah, and he's said that too. He is actually, that's one of the first things he said to me about when I started to ask him questions about how motors worked. He's like, the one thing that nobody really talks about is how, yeah, like the stator size is the most important, but all these other things are really, really important. And it's just like the Wild West. Like there's no... Everybody just does it differently, and then it's just like a total crapshoot as to whether or not it made a difference in the right direction or the wrong direction. But then, when there are like 10 of those things, it's like you know, oh, hey, this new motor changed 4 of them. Like, one of them made it better, but 3 of them might have made it worse. And then the next, you know, it's, God damn it. It's just, it's frustrating to have to go through that. And like for us, you know, trying to figure out what motor size works best for freestyle, we're limited by this smooth versus coggy. So like a new motor will come out in the perfect size, but I'll buy one and it'll be notchy as hell. And it's like, okay, well, nope. Like that's totally worthless. You can't get HD footage. Although maybe, the Session 5, for whatever reason, GoPros really resist, they don't resist jello, but they don't develop jello as easily as like any other camera. So the Session 5, for example, on a micro with notchy motors was actually fine. But the problem is you couldn't get a good PID tune on it. So it would be kind of sloppy and it would be hard to fly accurately. But now, with the, but that's 80 grams, right? So the DJI Action 2, if that's as good as the GoPro Session was at resisting jello, then if that's the payload that you're planning on, maybe the whole smooth running motor thing is less important. And if that's true, Emax has a 1606 that's M5 mount. That's a hell of a motor. It's really cheap. It's super notchy. So all of these onboard, like the Runcam Hybrid, all the Runcam splits, they all had jello. It was gross. Yeah. But, you know, that maybe the DJI Action is... again, I think there's some magic that GoPro does to resist jello, because all of Insta360's cameras seem to have jello issues. And all of Runcam's cameras and all of Foxeer's, you know, the Foxeer Box, the Runcam Orange, those all had jello issues. So I think GoPro might have some mysterious magic going on. Or the GoPro is a heavy enough camera that you've mass dampened it. You've mass damped it. Mass damping, yeah. That's a thing. As you add mass, vibrations, that mass absorbs the energy of those vibrations, I guess it would be, right? Oh, we are in it today! Okay, hold on. Chat. Gonna get caught up a little bit. Oh, I thought chat was scrolling, but it was not. Oh boy, I might be really behind. Let's get caught up a little. Ramdongo says, how do you look at Black Box, or is that app 52 people have downloaded? Ramdongo, I don't use Black Box. It's a little... It's like frustratingly confusing to me. I get frustrated when I use it, and like I kind of don't typically need it. With the right motors, with the right frame, with the right props, usually you don't need it. You can just push the stock Betaflight tune up a little bit, and it gets you where you want to be. A lot more safely than when I did get into Black Box. What happened is exactly what I thought was going to happen, which is that I became obsessed with it, and every time I would fly, I would log, and then I would come back and I would look at the log, and then I stopped flying hard because all of that work that I was doing on the tune, every single time I would crash would go out the window. And so it became this horrible, like, what the hell am I doing? Like, and yeah. So this much simpler method of just taking the stock tune and like adding 10 to 15 points of P&D gain and some other, like, a little bit, well, no, yeah, some of the other shit that I do is pretty in the weeds, but that's like 70% of it maybe right there. That gets Betaflight to fly better than all of the other flight firmwares, is one way of thinking about it. Because the Betaflight filtering is so much better. and yeah, and you also have a rig that you can crash the shit out of, and it just keeps going and going and going and going and going, and you can fly home with an entire propeller missing, and the motors don't catch on fire, stuff like that. And you can beat the living shit out of your motors until you can visibly see the bells wobbling, but the filtering just gobbles it up, and you just keep, just throw another set of props on and send it into the great beyond one more time. AKA says, the gear listed in the video description, is that this build? Yes, it is. GS25 ESC, Talon F7, and then the Runcam Hybrid. VTX is the Ishii Nano. I think that's in the video description, and this is a Crossfire Nano, which I know is in the video description. I use not all, but mostly like older kind of gear, but I don't know, there haven't been like, I don't know, micro gears on this hype train of like, where it kind of gets better, but I don't know. Micro gear is weird. Because like it has to be cheaper because it's smaller, but it has all the same parts, so it shouldn't be cheaper. So like, the manufacturers have to find a way to make it cheaper, and so they'll change weird stuff, or like, they just won't be durable. That's the biggest problem, is that they just won't be durable. Because, yeah, we demand that it be cheaper. So, I also think the fact that that the components are smaller, I feel like they get hit harder in crashes. Does that make any sense? Since they're lighter and smaller, I guess they kind of don't have as much mass damping, we could maybe even say. I don't know. JVFPV says, oh, YouTube did the thing. That's not what JV said, though. When I first started flying, I had a 3-inch rig that taught me to use pre-arming. It had these props from Racecraft that were the sharpest little 5-blade devils in existence. Yeah, I have some of them. Cut me up real good when I reached down to pick it up. Accidentally hit my arm switch with the throttle pin. Ooh, boy. Yeah, I was never in this hobby I don't think I was in this hobby when you could arm with the throttle up. From the very first rig, it wouldn't arm with the throttle up, so I would never zero the throttle out, and I've always just used the throttle as a double arm, right? Because if you, like, after I land, instead of zeroing the throttle, well, when I do land, I will zero the throttle, but then when I disarm it, I just bump the throttle up a little bit. And so now, no matter what, like if I'm walking out to get it and the transmitter hits the arm switch, it won't arm because I pushed the throttle up a little bit. So before I go to fly the rig, I have to zero the throttle and then hit the arm switch. Make sense? So like I've just learned, and I just use the throttle as a second arm, pre-arm basically. Gamma Gonad says, until your ass neighbor gets you arrested for flying 110 rig. My God, guilty of a misdemeanor. Still fighting that shit in appeals court $7,000 later. Wait, did you not win that? Are you kidding me? That can't be true. Mr. Huggy says, if you have a good quad with the SMA antenna, you can run different sizes and black box the flights to see the lengths make a difference or not. Mr. Huggy, I don't even think you need to do that. I think it just shows up in the waterfall log as a very specific vertical line at a very specific, like, you know what it is? Anything under 100 hertz. If it shows up under 100 hertz, you'll see it, and that's like a problem. Chris talks about it in his video. It's actually a great. It's one of his better videos in my opinion. It's the one where he tests the. It's a ready-to-fly 5-inch rig that he tests. I forget which one. Maybe somebody in chat will remember. Ryback System says Black Box is good for diagnosing desync and damaged motor issues. Very true. Black Box is great. I should really learn to use it again. but I just don't have to. I haven't had to. If I build a lifter rig, I'll have to. But I just haven't had a scenario where it's like, ooh, this is the perfect time to learn it. And I feel like there will be a point where there is a little perfect time to learn it. And yeah, whatever. Rob Axon said, we got that. Ramdago says, all seems good, though warns black box at the end of the flight. Maybe it's not set up somehow. That's weird. You get that at the end of the flight. Open Shizen drop. Where is the throttle limit again? In beta flight and all. It's on the PID tab, Ram. Gamagonad says, guilty of harassment. What the fuck? It was a classic bait and switch. Arrested for that, and they just talked about their opinion of what was safe or not. Never. What the fuck, dude? That's awful. AKA says Nazgul 5v2. Perfect. Good call, AKA. All right. I was specifically not going to my face because I wanted to keep working on this. So the new motors are on. Let's make sure that they're not bridged. I was keeping an eye on them. They shouldn't be, but no reason to not. Really quickly, just get this out, and there we go. There we are. And then if you touch the motors, you'll be able to feel whether or not they're connected. Good. 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 So we're set. Oh man, you guys get to see the best micro propellers in existence. I have not run these propellers in a while, actually, because I keep putting 4-inch and 3.5-inch props on these 1804s. And it's just I can definitively say that these 1804s are no good. I mean, they're not no good, but it's not the best match for a 4-inch prop. The 4-inch props are definitely too heavy. Man, they felt real good on the 3.5-inch props though. But on 3-inch props, my God, they kind of feel just as good. Maybe because this propeller is so heavy duty that it's a heavy prop. You know what? Oh, we'll weigh it. Let me weigh this prop against the 3.5-inch props. I bet you this 3-inch prop, the T-Motor 3140, I bet you this is just as heavy as both 3.5-inch props. Here it is. But this is so goddamn durable. Oh my God. All right, hold on. Let me get the 3.5-inch props out. You know what? Fuck, I'll even get a goddamn 4-inch prop out. I bet you it's as heavy as the 4-inch props too. But with all of that weight, it's just super, super, super durable. And these 3-inch rigs with a really durable prop like that, you can just smash the living shit out of them, and they just don't care. They just bounce. Like when you hit them into concrete and shit, the propeller just bounces. Look at this fucking thing. Look at it. It's just, and it's like it's not a crazy profile, but it's a good profile, right? It's not like Fisher Price my first propeller like HQ profiles look. Yeah, but let's see what they weigh. Oh my God, I'm gonna do the kind thing. I'm gonna let you guys get I'll have to read it upside down. But that's fine. That's how much I love you guys. First, let's weigh a 4-inch bi-blade, because I've been wondering what these bi-blades. Wow, that's really light. 1.5 grams. All right, so that's a 4-inch bi-blade is 1.5. I can't believe how light that is. That's nuts. Here are the 4-inch props. I don't know why we're going heaviest to lightest, but these are the 4-inch props. These are the GemFan 4023s. Realistically, this is the only 4-inch prop to run. It's so good. I'm shocked at how light that is. That's only 2 grams. Jesus. but it makes a lot of thrust, so it's very draggy because it makes a lot of thrust. You know what I'm saying? Now let's look at the Avan Scimitar, which is a really good 3.5 inch prop. 1.9. That's not surprising. Man, it actually weighs the same. But this is quite a bit more durable. This is a pretty durable prop. The only problem with this prop's durability is it's really strong in here, but then it really kind of gets a little bit too thin out here. So this prop will bend like right here. And when it bends down there, like you have to come home and replace it. And like, I don't know. I would rather it be 2.1 grams and have a little bit more beefiness out there, or a little bit less. It's kind of like it's too much of a contrast. It's too strong in by the hub and then too thin. If they took a little bit of the strength from on the inside and put it towards the end, the whole thing would be more durable than what they ended up doing. I think that makes sense. But you know, they use that crazy blade profile, which is, it certainly sounds in the air like it's incredibly efficient. And I mean, they do, yeah, it is efficient because they do get good run times on top of all that. So yeah, they're known to be efficient, but not durable. 1.8 for the GemFan 3.5 inch. This is the 3520. 1.8, 1.9. And then this big old T-Motor 3140 is, yeah, it's exactly the same. Interesting. 1.9. Okay, I thought it was gonna be 2.0, between 1.9 and 2.0. Wow, that's nuts. A 4-inch tri-blade, two 3.5-inch tri-blades, and this 3.1-inch prop all pretty much weigh exactly the same. Because this isn't like a great scale. So I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of a margin for error. But yeah, this thing is nuts. Look at dramatic lighting. I'm gonna leave it like that. You guys will make sex with the lighting. Make sexy time with lighting time. And then down the road here with this rig, this is going to swing the 3.5-inch props as well, and I'll be able to compare these 3.1-inch to the 3.5-inch props. That'll be really fun. That's going to be really fun to do on this rig. I'm really looking forward to that. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. That'll be a neat comparison. We'll go all the way up and down the board. 3-inch, 3.1, 3.5, and then we can even throw in the prop guards and test those shitbags as well. This strap is unfortunately too small for these fat ass 850 mAh batteries. Or are they? Because this base plate is smaller than the V1 base plate. Well, you know, that might actually work. Hold on, let's see. Hingus. There we go. Oh, it does work. Oh my god, that is satisfying. The BQE battery straps are back. On the V1, the base plate was a little bit wider, and this strap was just only on these big, gigantic, poofy 850s. But yeah, it was just the tiniest little bit too short, so I had to use the Pyrodrone battery straps. Back to front. That fella goes there. We got some titanium hardware going in here because, I mean, you know, I got my MIP screwdrivers. I'm a fancy boy. What you guys know about that? I'll tell you what you know about that. You don't know shit about that. The fuck? What is happening here? Gamma Gonad says they didn't even understand the laws. I also do have my Part 107. The court case was rigged from the start. I remember you saying it was kind of rigged. The judge is effing stupid. I got jury trial where that... going to a jury trial where that BS can't happen. Oh, cool. Very cool. Ryan 9 says, when do your props release? What props? I have no idea. But yeah, you guys shouldn't know about that. Man, I can't wait though. I don't even care. I don't care if they're mine or not. It'll probably be like with like color based, basically, kind of like with Joshua and the 5146s. Yeah, there's only 30 people here. We're probably good. All right, so this should just fly now. I might as well test hover it in here. You know, I mean, why start being safe now? Am I right? I mean, these motors are gonna be spinning in the wrong direction. Oh, you fucker! I hate that. I hate that these goddamn motor manufacturers, like, what? Who was the first? Did it happen by accident where like one of them just accidentally started wiring their motors up in the opposite direction? So there's two ways to wire a motor up at on the manufacturer side. One of them spins one way, one of them spins the other way. And of course, half of our motors spin one way. There's no like. So there's a chance that this won't just. I mean, you know. Oh God, it's so horrible. I have to launch Betaflight and spend 2 whole minutes doing this. But the point is that. Somebody that's brand new, like, you can't expect them to fucking know how to do this. Like, this is ridiculous. This is the shit that keeps people out of this hobby, right? This is the shit that we shouldn't have to fucking deal with, quite honestly, right? There should be standards. But I guess the whole standards thing goes out the window when we expect everything to be cheap, right? So we can only blame ourselves. Look at that! The motors are all spinning the right fucking direction. Happy days are here again. We've got 14 motor poles listed. That's good. Bidirectional. D-Shot 300. What is this, an F4? Oh shit, this is an F4. Oh, this doesn't have black box. You asshole. I got a whole bunch of these Talon F4s really cheap. And then I put them in a whole bunch of these builds, which is stupid because I want to fly gear that you guys can buy, so that when you guys say, hey, what gear do you run in your rig, I can say, hey, this is the gear that I run, you can buy it from my affiliate link. But instead, I've got all these rigs on like 3-year-old gear that you can't buy anywhere. This is all looking pretty good. 0.8. Okay. Let's get the battery unplugged. No need for that ETX to be hotting up. Look at that. It's all good to go. Cool. So we can just hover it. Yeah. I think I may have actually hovered the damn thing. Riot 9 with $4.99 Australian. He says, we always good. You guys are too. It's true. Rob Axelson says, can you repeat the flow state stream info? Yeah. Hey, hit my... Hold on. I'm going to throw it on my stories again on Instagram. Go to my Instagram stories, and the flow state info is there. You guys can see it online. Do it. It's gonna probably be your only chance to see it until next year. So don't miss this. Here, I'm putting the instructions up right now. Here's the first one. Oh, nope, fucker. That's not it. This is it. Here's the first one. All right, your stories. Here's the second one. You can get to my Instagram by going to CiottiFPV.com, amongst other great things over there. It's just a bunch of links. It's just my link tree. And then here is the third one. All right, there you guys go. There are your instructions. There's a website. It's easy to do, and yeah, you're gonna love it. It's just the thing that's gonna. You know how like you watch a ping pong documentary, and like you develop like this newfound respect for ping pong players. It does that, but for all of us. Remy Tim. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I mean, if you guys guessed, you would guess exactly what it is, but, you know, I mean, they told me not to talk about it. Darkman says, have you ever tried GemFan Flash 3052s? Yeah, they're great. Huge power, but they're too much. It's actually too pitchy. They're race props, so if you're building like a... I mean, you know, it might be interesting, though, to build a freestyle rig for those. Build a high-speed, like 40-degree up-tilt 3-inch rig. That's what those motors would be for. Those motors are very fast. They make all the power in the world, and they're not all that durable, so you can't really like bang them up. That's why these T-Motor 3140s are so brilliant, in my opinion, is they're so goddamn durable. And yeah, I don't know, some of the like also some of the point of the micros has always been for me that they be like kind of indestructible, so I can just pound the shit out of them. Initially, it was because it was my only rig that didn't have a $300 GoPro Session on it, right? But then it turned into, son of a bitch, I put the bag of props away. But then they actually got less durable for a while. Damn it, I put it all the way away? Really? Wait a second, where did I put it? What's that, 4-inch props? Get out of here. Where did I put that bag, yo? Oh, I put it right over there. Son of a bitch. No, you guys guessed it all. You guys guessed all of it. Liars. Make me believe something else. Robin Duckett has his ticket for tomorrow. Nice. Rob Axelson doesn't have Instagram. Hey, can some... Oh, there it is. Remy Tim dropped a link to it. There you go. Riot 9, I think, has seen the documentary about ping pong. Was there a documentary about ping pong? I don't know. Every time I see one of those Netflix documentaries, though, about something wacky, like, it's fucking great. And that's going to be flow state, you know? Like millions and millions of people are just going to be surfing around on fucking Netflix, and they're going to scroll past flow state. And I have a fucking feeling that a lot of them are going to watch it, and it is perfect for those people. It is fucking perfect for those people, all right? Like, understand that, because it's not for us, right? So, like, don't... It's not a 2-hour long, like, best edit you've ever seen in your life. Like, it's a lot of, like, basic stuff, and, like, you could all... It's almost kind of boring for us, because well, maybe that's just because I've seen it twice, but it's kind of... It's stuff that we know. But, again, the whole point is, wow, I don't have a full set of these goddamn propellers. I have a whole shitload of clockwise, but I only have one counterclockwise. This is the counterclockwise that I have. And that's it. Just this. Oh! Oh! Wait, nope. Nope. Yep. Yep. I have one counterclockwise and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 clockwise. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. This rig makes no sense without these propellers. It makes no sense. Those Dow 3028 propellers are gonna fucking oh, I can't even run them on this because this is M5 mount. And those are T-mount. And they're only T-mount. Really? Really? Like, is this really... You know, you think you know somebody, and then... Oh, god damn it. Okay, well, I'll have something. There's got to be something. Oh. I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. Okay, I got this. 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 We got this. I got this. We fine. We fine. Oh man. Oh man. This is meant to be. This is meant to be. Hold on. I gotta open a tab with those props so I don't forget to order them. So where did I need to place an order? Was it? I think it was here. Oh, please have this propeller. Yes, they do. Okay, great. Do they have it in gray? Oh, they don't have it in red. That makes me sad. That's fine. Okay, that's good. Okay. Watch this. Watch this. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Sometimes things just work out. Sometimes things they just work out, man. They just work out. I've been waiting for this day for a while. And it's here. And it's going down. It is gonna happen. It is happening today. Today is the day that it is happening. That day has arrived. That day is here. That day is queer. And it is filled with fear. Oh my God. It's been so long that I don't remember who cut these down for me. And that makes me feel like a bad person. God damn it. One of you beautiful motherfuckers cut these down for me. So these are... Oh, wow. They are very hard to tighten. These are HQ 5-inch 6 blades that were cut down to 3-inch back before the Gemfan D76s came out. That's the current best Cinewoop propeller, according to like everybody that's tested different Cinewoop propellers, myself included. So yeah, there's really no reason to run these at this point in this day and age or whatever. But right now is the time to run these. And I'm actually going to put this rig in the softbox at the end of this stream and take a couple pictures for thumbnails. And I'm going to use this ridiculous thing as clickbait. I'm premeditating this clickbait. Man, these are going to be a bitch to get off. So this is this better be worth it. I just hope that they're balanced. Because typically when you cut props down like this, it's just kind of impossible to get them perfectly balanced. But then again, like, the molding process isn't all that exact. I don't know. It seems to me, though, that cut down props are never quite as balanced, but maybe not. They could almost... Shit, these would almost work as 3D props. They do not have much of an airfoil shape to them. What's funny is you can really see the shape of the blade because it's been cut down. Look at this. This is great. I gotta just get manual control. Hold on. Alright, ready? Let me find the focal point. There it is. So yeah, I mean, there's... Usually blades are fatter on one side than the other. This looks like it's just a crescent shape, you know? But these are old. These are old fucking propellers, like, and, you know, this hobby's pretty new. So back then, this was probably the peak of of propeller blade design. Know what I'm saying? Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, and we're going to have a big blue and white battery on this motherfucker. Oh, yeah, this is meme-tastic. Oh, boy. This is going to get me so many chicks, guys. Am I right? There are just going to be panties raining down. Fuck. Oh, bros, this is it. This is the moment. Oh, God. I'm telling you guys, this girl Maggie, she's brought this out of me. Like a wild beast now. Oh, look at that. Oh, it just... Fucking... It's like I've built one of these before. Alright. Let's... Riot 9 with $4.32 Australian. He ordered me the MCM book thing. Merry Christmas. No shit. Did you really, Riot? Yo. No fucking way. I feel like you will have had my email, so I'm checking my email. Athix. Yeah, man. It's going down, bro. We're doing glamour shots of this. This is I'm using this for clickbait. It's going down. It's all happening. Well, why did Teespring refund me? No. No. No, don't cancel the order. That's my dad's birthday present, you goddamn bastards. What? What? Why? No. I need that. Oh, you sons of bitches. Oh. Wow. 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 661 says, back from Stingy's... Oh, was he live? Nice. He said last packet exploded everything. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds about right. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Autofocus is back on. Oh my god, that's unbelievable, right? You're the fucking man. It's so cool. Should be signed. Oh, right, they were signing the first, like, 30 copies or whatever. Dude, thank you so much. That's so cool of you. That's fucking rad. Oh my god. Yeah, guys, Mighty Car Mods. Check out Mighty Car Mods if you don't already. It's the best channel on YouTube, hands down. Let's oh, what am I doing? Let's put this in the air. Let's test hover this. Oh god. Here we go. I think I already checked the video, but whatever. I'll check it again. I was gonna put it on these, but then these were in the same bag, so yeah, it's got to go on these first. I'm gonna be these with these cut edges, like they're extra kind of sharp, so I'm gonna be a little cautious here. So I'm on the right model. That's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna be a little, you know, safe. Let's just say safe. All right. Fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. All right. I'm retreating to the other room. I'm hiding behind the couch. I'm gonna arm and disarm. Fuck me. I don't think I bound this crossfire. Oh, balls! Oh, I'm the dumbest man in the whole world. There's not one person on this planet that's any dumber than me. I'm, hands down, I'm the dumbest. You son of a bitch, you. I think, right? Hold on. Crossfire saying anything? It's not bound. I know it's not bound. I don't know why I'm... Yeah, no, it's not bound. Okay, so you big dumb... Wow. Oh, it's right there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, man, I am the fucking smartest person in the entire world. You guys ain't seen shit. Stephen Hawking my ass. No. Nope, just me. Absolute goddamn goat. God. Let's put my finger in there, I think. Is it already in bind mode? I think it might already be in bind mode. Okay. Yep. That one. Bind. Hey, binding. Do something. Yes! Ah! Oh. You know what, guys? That was a brand new crossfire. That's why it was flashing green, because it was already in bind mode. Oh, shitters. It's been in bind mode this whole time. Whatever. I still got to do that smartest person in the world bit, so it's all good. Rich Rebels just unveiled his V8 Tesla. What the fuck? Is it that good of it? I wouldn't think it was a good chassis, but I mean, that doesn't really matter. They're just doing shit for the sake of doing shit. Come on, hurry up. This fucking VTX is gonna catch on fire. Let me see if it has video. Maybe the VTX is already blown up. Oh, fuck me. There's no video. Oh, fuck me. The VTX did blow up, didn't it? You dirty whore. Binding okay. Oh god, that's terrifying. I think the VTX did blow up. It did. Because the lights aren't on. The lights are off on it. Well, we'll hover it at least. This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say micros are impossible, no matter what. Alright, let's see. Hey! Alright. Oh, that doesn't sound great. Oh, it is not happy. No, these are not balanced at all. It is upset with the world. They're getting just a tiny little bit hot. Let me see if I can at least hop it up in the air just real quick. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. That will catch on fire. Too angry. Alright, we tried them though. We tried them. Oh my god. That was scary. It was so upset. Oh my god, I can't believe the fucking VTX blew up. You son of a bitch, you. How fucking dare you?
Telemetry lost.
Alright, don't buy Ishin Nano V2s. God damn it. That sucks a fat donkey. I bought like 5 or 6 of those too. Fuck. Shit. Well, that sucks. You know, it makes a lot of sense though. A goddamn $12 VTX when even the Rush Tank Nano is like, isn't it like 22? Like it makes sense, right? Like if you're gonna pay $12 instead of 22 or 30, it's well, maybe this battery is over discharged. That's not it. I'll check it anyway. But that's not it. No, it's definitely not it, because the goddamn thing was flying. Never mind. Damn. I was looking forward to flying this tomorrow. I have little VTXs all over the goddamn place, though. So... Raboxerson says, yeah, the V3 is also $20. Yeah, I saw that the other day. I am sure it's getting power, Athix. We just tested it. You can rewind like an hour in the stream. We tested it. Farts. 5:45. Oh wow, it's been a while. 2.5 hours. Man, I'm really tempted to stubbornly press on. Because I can probably find another VTX in this room. What's today, Sunday? Rob Axelson says, time to go with the Rush. Yeah, I've got 2 of those. I had a Rush in the Acrobrat, so it's now in the 250, and it's great in there. And then I put one in something else, and it was great. What's the Tramp Nano cost, though? I have one of those floating around. I'll put that in here. That's going to be in a build bag somewhere. I'll find it, though. Turn this controller off. Oh, sorry, guys. If you've been getting interference, my apologies. I had the crossfire banging away right next to the keyboard. What's the Tramp Nano cost? Is that even what it's called? Yeah, Tramp Nano. $30. Yeah, see, like I mean, that's probably what they should cost, but you know. See, this pisses me off. The V1 is goddamn great. The V1 would like not die. And they put the microphone on it, which is like, oh, well, I mean, that's kind of cool. Yeah, for $30, no. What is it called? Tiny Tank? Yeah, see, $20. Yeah. And I think that's it. I don't think there are any. 661 just lost his mind because another pilot has appeared. Another pilot has appeared. Tramp Nano into Google. Yeah, yeah. You'll notice I did not type Tramp Nano directly into Google. Every once in a while, I just cannot do two things at once. What are the other options for Nano VTXs? What the actual problem is that GetFPV's site is organized differently than any other site. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, VTXs. I was hoping that they would have a VTX section just for the Nano VTXs, but they don't. Maybe they have one of these little jib jabs. Nah, they don't. Well, let's just do this then. Sort by price, lowest to highest. Cool. So what the hell else is there? I don't. Oh, the HGLRC Zeus, which I did not have a good experience with on that QAVS mini build. Darkman says Foxier Reaper Nano. I don't think I've heard good things about Foxier VTXs. I could be wrong though. I've heard a lot of bad things about Xylo VTXs, unfortunately. No. This is only 25 milliwatts, so it's worthless. There's that little Rush Tiny Tank. It's gonna be that one. It even looks like the goddamn Immersion RC Tramp that I love so much in my 5-inch rigs. HGLRC, no. Nameless, no. There's the Unify, $30 fucking next to the Tramp Nano. $30? Really, guys? You're trying to make money in FPV, making a product? What are you, crazy? Gotta sell it for cost, man. Yeah, so that's it. Oh my god, the chat is all orange. Alright. Athix says, you haven't any deep breath, swap the VTX. 661 lost his mind. Gamma Gonad says, type Nano into Google. VR says, struggle's real. This week listening to Nina Simone, Sinnerman, says Ram Dunko, great song. Jono says, gonna shoot CiottiFPV, cheers for the advice. We'll catch you later. Crash less. Don't crash less. If you're crashing, it means you're pushing yourself and you'll be a better pilot for it. Just make sure you can afford the replacement shit. Thanks for swinging by, Jono. Darkman says, no, we got that. Athix says Panda RC, that's interesting. Robin Duggett says the Zeus works fine. Rush Tiny Tank, yeah. What's the Zeus cost? Is it like significantly cheaper? $18.99? No, F that. No, I'm gonna get a bunch of these Rush Tiny Tanks, probably from Pyrodrone. Because I need to do a Pyrodrone order anyway, and they're cheaper here for some reason. And I know that Pyrodrone has these 3140s too, so... actually, let me see. Do they have the 3140s? Oh, they do. Are they in stock? Because I do have a discount code for CiottiFPV. Oh, and they have the red ones. Oh, okay. I'm doing a CiottiFPV order. Got it. Oh, but do they have the discount on Pyro? No, they have a great prop discount sometimes on Pyrodrone. Tell me the reds are not going to be in... Okay, good. Cool. OpenTX Happy Model OVX 300. I have not I stay away from Happy Model stuff other than their motors, and they don't make their motors. They have somebody else make their motors. So, yeah, the lack of quality control on Happy Model stuff, I can't do that. Remy Tim says search VTX and sort by price. It's funny. We do the exact same thing. Dan636 says, what props are those? I know you probably mentioned it, but I must have missed it. They are T-Motor 3140s. They are brilliant. They're incredibly strong. They're very well balanced, make great thrust, but there aren't many motors big enough. The X-Hover M5 nut 1804s are the only motors really beefy enough to turn them comfortably. Rob Axelson got tickets to Flow State. He has no idea how he's going to redeem it, but he got it. GWFV says, Mamba TX500 any good? Still sitting on 4. I don't even know what that is. Mamba TX500? Is that a transmitter? No, if you have 4 of them, it's not a transmitter. Are they individual ESCs? Old man tries to copy and paste. Nah. Yeah. What is that? TX. Look at that little fucking thing. What? Oh my god. That's so small. I would not run that at 500 milliwatts. That's what I'm going to say. But even for 200 milliwatts, that's cool. Shit. I've never seen that before. That's smart audio? Huh. It's probably decent. I'm not going to say that. I take that back. I have absolutely no idea. That's cool, though. Huh. 18 bucks. I mean, unfortunately, I know that the Rush Tiny Tank is good, so I'm going to go with that. Mamba, Diatone, I mean, they don't, you know, like, Rush specifically makes VTXs. Although, no, I guess they make everything now, so it doesn't matter. Whatever. This could be the greatest VTX that we have access to. But I have personal experience with the Rush Tiny Tank, and it's been through hell, and it hasn't blown up, so I'm going to stick with what I know. But this looks good, G-Dub. Fuck yeah. Beat the shit out of those and then let us know how they are, man. Please, 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 please. Windjumby says, I've had no problems with the Happy Model Diamond VTX, 200 milliwatt with DVR. See, then there's that. Like, maybe Happy Model is better at making VTXs than anybody else. Yeah, but reliability stuff like this is impossible because maybe Windjumby crashes in a specific way that doesn't put a lot of, you know, G-force, basically, right, into the VTX. Like, it's just impossible with getting, like... Or maybe Windjumby never crashes. Or maybe he crashes a lot, right? It's impossible with the... And then it's like, oh, yeah, I crash a lot. Well, what's a lot mean, right? For me, a lot is, like, more than 10 times per battery. For somebody else, it might be, like, once a day, right? It's all, like... and then, yeah, and then Rob Axelson says the Diamond VTX DVR range sucks, right? So there's... It's so fucking hard with this stuff. God damn it. Athix says also the Jumper T Pro looks like a ripoff. I might buy it. I might buy it if it comes with ELRS. I might get. I'm thinking there's that deal on the on Ghost right now. It's like the module and it's the module and 2 receivers for $100. I might get that for myself for Christmas, and then put ELRS on it, because there are these ELRS whoop boards, which is awesome, because then you can just run an external I have the Tiny Whoop pinch cam, which has an external VTX, and it works really great, and it fits perfectly under their canopies in their TPU, and that would be the perfect little combo for that. You're going to see that build this Wednesday for Whoop Wednesday. I'm going to get started on that. I have a Happy Model AIO that does not have a that I'm going to have to run an external receiver on. I'm just going to do that for the time being. But then, yeah, that's my plan on how to get into ELRS, is to put it on Tiny Whoops. And it makes a lot of sense for Tiny Whoops because it's way lower latency and better range than FR Sky, right? So it really makes a lot of sense. And now I have a second QX7, so that the second QX7 is actually going to become my main QX7, and then this white QX7 is going to be my backup for, and it's going to be on Tiny Whoop duty, because I've used the shit out of my QX7. So it's, if I keep using it, eventually shit will break on it, just because it's been kicked around for so long, right? Whereas this new one that I got has not been used all that much. So it makes sense to, yeah, for the old tired one to be the backup, you know what I mean? Rather than running it into the ground. Gamma Gonad has put a tiny tank in the water at least 3 times. It still works. Yo, Rush VTXs are fucking great. Every single time I've used a Rush VTX, they just, you know what they are? They remind me of the Immersion RC tramps. Like, they just fucking work. They're durable as shit. They just work. The range is great. JVFPV, these are 5-inch 6 blades that somebody in the chat cut down to 3 inches for me, but they're not balanced. When you cut props down like this, it's really hard to get them balanced, and when I armed it, it just got super angry. So I'm gonna put these HQ 8 blades on instead, which are just as absurd. Ricardo says, please tell us the best micro VTX antenna solution, IPEX. I like my little setup. I've kind of developed my little antenna setup for the last pretty much 5 years. It's a TPU antenna holder here, and then you put a zip tie so that this TPU grips the antenna tube, so that when you're crashing through trees, what happens is the leaves and the branches and shit, they catch on the head of the antenna and they pull this really hard. So you use this right here as your antenna retention, which is like infinitely strong, right? It's pulling on the standoffs. It's not pulling on the UFL. If you let it pull on the UFL, it'll rip it right out of the connector. And then to even further help it out, I run the UFL down and I 90-degree it, so that if it does get pulled, it'll have a little bit of give, rather than just ripping the head off the UFL. And then in terms of VTXs, definitely don't get the Ishin Nano V2s. This is the second one that's blown up in a row for me on this rig. We were just talking about that. I'm starting to feel like the Rush Tiny Tank is the small VTX to get. And then in terms of which antenna to get, I really like the True RC Singularities. They're a little expensive. They're $20 each, but the range is unbelievable. They're great quality. They're really, really lightweight. And on a micro, they seem to be plenty durable. On a 5-inch rig, they break. So I got to try to find a more durable antenna for the glides. But yeah, on a micro, since the speeds are a lot slower, the impacts are a lot less, this antenna has been like unbreakable. Well, we're back. I have a strange sense of deja vu, guys. And I'm running out of these small zip ties. That's the worst part. Deja vus. Did I miss any super chats? Not super chats. People typing my name. G-Dub says, why not 500 milliwatts? Because it looks really small, and 500 milliwatts is going to get it really hot. It might be an optical illusion, though, the fact that it looks so small. Because those are 20 by 20 holes. Oh, you know, I guess it's not that small. That plug header also makes it look small. But if those holes are 20 by 20, then it's actually longer than this Ishin Nano. So yeah, maybe it's not. I don't know. It just looks really small in that picture. And yeah, 500 is going to get it real hot. And that is when VTXs lose power and eventually die, is when they get too hot. So just out of curiosity, yeah, no, it dead. It just deaded. It just be dead. Just like that. Its entire life was lived on live streams. You guys realize that? Its entire life, from birth to death, was lived here on CiottiFPV.com. And that's not the kind of content that you can just get anywhere. So join my Patreon or I will fuck you up. Wow. What a shitty life you had, VTX. You had to just be, like, here your whole life. It's pretty fucking sad. Maybe you should have, like, lived longer, you asshole. You goddamn prick. Maybe it was that one extra piece of shrimp wrap that killed it. Let's see. You son of a bitch. Oh man, what a dirty pirate hooker. Can you, like... Oh, I shouldn't say that, because, like, I have not had... This is one of the reasons that I run the same components over and over and over and over and over and over again. Because this just makes me want to light the whole building on fire. Yeah. They don't, when I find something good... Oh, God, what? Why? How? Oh, I see the problem. Oh, my God. Okay. That was unexpected. Did you guys catch that? Oh, and it ruined the screwdriver. No! These MIPs are so expensive! Wow. Yeah, it completely ruined this MIP screwdriver. Holy shit. Okay. So, the tip of this MIP screwdriver somehow worked its way and closed the XT60 circuit while the XT30 was plugged in. Wow. Yo, that shit did a number on this screwdriver. You guys have to see this. Oh my God. You guys have to see this screwdriver. Wow, that was weird. Like, it was ultra weird because, like, I couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. Like, sparks were coming from a very strange, spot. Alright, hold on. This is impossible. There you can see it. That's not like I can't scratch that off. It welded it. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, you see it? Fuck off. come on, really? There you can really see it. And there's the spot on the of the other XT60. You can actually see the little outline of the 4 prongs of the XT60. God damn it. Alright, well, at least the rig didn't blow up, right? Maybe it did. Probably. Hey! The quad survives! And what? The VTX just powered on. What? Okay. Oh no. Was it because the shrink wrap was over the VTX button? I was kind of wondering that. That's why I cut the button off. Because I was worried that it... What? No. Wait. What? Come on. Don't do this to me. Be blown up. Oh, come on. What? No. No. It's a piece of shrink wrap. What do you care? Why do you care that there's shrink wrap? Oh, son of a bitch. No fucking way. With this antenna rotated down with the shrink wrap on, the metal of the antenna was touching the side. Oh, fuck me. Sorry, guys. The metal of the UFL of the antenna was touching a capacitor. And I think the metal is ground. Wow. No fucking way. Okay, so don't shrink wrap your antenna. Hey, CMYK, you in here? Were you doing this with your Ishii Nano V2s by chance? I don't think he's in here. Wow. I hate this fucking hobby. I hate everything about this. Why do we do this? Why do we do this to ourselves? Do you guys ever really stop and think about that? Don't. Because there's no good answer. This is some bullshit. This is absolute hogwash, horsey horse bullshit. How the...
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだそこで。もう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメやめ諦めたら周りのことを思うよ。応援してる人たちのことを思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところしじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそネバーギブアップ。
This is actually the best possible solution because I don't have to solder anything. I missed a shitload of you guys tagging me. Going back up. Robin Duckett says, I've got a TPU antenna holder that might work better on my Thingiverse. It also has an XT30 holder. Nice. Robin, share the name of your Thingiverse so we can find it. Gamma Gonad says, main reason for me getting ELRS, EP2 on Tiny Whoops. Hell yeah, dude. Starting using it elsewhere since can't beat the price of performance. Demenis then says, are those LEDs on the arms right? Are they secured to the arms double-sided tape? Yep, double-sided tape. And then I usually will put a zip tie over top. Gamma Gonad said, did the steak just rewind for an hour or so? Oh, stream. Oh, I hope not. Oh, yeah, right. JVFPV says, is that screwdriver really magnetic or what? Nope. Alright, there's the welding. Talk about CiottiFPV luck. Yeah, right. Shameless says, you're right. Friday night, charging all the things. Saturday, flying all the things. And indeed, Sunday, fixing all the things. Yep, there you go. That is FPV. How did you not smell that? I didn't smell anything. Get the butter knife out and be able to sort that. Shameless says, that's how we roll. Robox doesn't have to rewind. Even the hardware is against you. Robox doesn't says the Ishii Nano. Wait, what do you mean the Ishii Nano? Oh, balls. I had to rewind. Ishii Nano. Focus. Old man learned not to shove a fork in a live outlet. Gets hot fast. Where your log, check your other Ishii. Oh yeah, I'm sure the other Ishii Nano is totally fine. Yep, absolutely. The other Ishii Nano is totally fine, guaranteed. I'll put it in the next build. Next build that I do, I'll throw it in. Hackstorm Thingiverse, there we go. Posted everything on the live stream channel on Discord. There you guys go. Get on the Discord. If you want the full Discord access, you got to join the Patreon. $3 a month. It's worth it. I swear to God. Athix says we're masochists that keep coming back. So mind torture inanimate objects. This object also provides enjoyment. It's a scam. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, okay. So what I'm trying to figure out now is if there's any other way that I can strain relief this when I shrink wrap it, because I have to shrink wrap it because it's going to be pushed up against the receiver, and there's carbon down below it, so like it has to be in shrink wrap. Just trying to figure out how to do that, and I think if I just bend this the complete opposite direction, that's how I can do it. So oh no, then it's going to be, no, I want to shrink wrap it down on the bottom and then have it sit up. Well, this is when I should start mounting shit flat. This is my excuse to start mounting stuff flat on the bottom. Here we go. Somebody's working on a rear TPU piece that's going to have a TPU flap for us to put little zip ties around. But in the interim here, I'm just going to start putting shit in the same orientation that it's going to be with that piece, which is basically sideways like this. So there will hopefully be a strap front to back and a strap left to right. So I'll be able to run the front to back strap on this guy, and then on this little shitbird, he's going to have to go wires up, so the antenna is going to come like that. So I'm going to shrimp wrap. That's actually perfect, because then I can shrimp, or I go that way. That's even better. But then that makes this thing hit the thing again. Nope, yeah, it has to come out this side. That's right, that's right. It has to come out this side, because otherwise, that's to be honest, this is a little bit of a design flaw. That's why there's an area that's clear around the antenna, and they violated that little clear area with this one capacitor. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, if I put it up like this, it has strain relief on the body. And then I can just shrink wrap, not the whole thing, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so I know what I'm doing. JVFU says put some Kapton tape between the VTX and the antenna. That's why I use the shrink wrap instead of Kapton tape. It looks a little bit nicer. It accomplishes the same thing. Yeah. So I don't need much. I just need like a little tiny bit. And I like that the shrink wrap also kind of waterproofs it a little bit. Like, it's also gonna kind of hold water in there, but my philosophy is that, like, you know, if you just get like splashed once, that the shrink wrap can maybe help out, hopefully. I could be absolutely wrong about that. I'm wrong about lots of things, but that's just sort of my philosophy with it. Plus, I love to make this shrimp wrap joke. I fucking love it. Ugh. I think about it at night when I'm lonely. Oh. Oh boy. Getting lonely around here. Not really. Not at all. Alright, come on. Please tell me I stretched it enough. I tried to stretch it like the least possible amount this time, and I didn't stretch it enough. Balls. I don't want it to rip. Stretching this size around the head of the antenna, like it's like If you stretch it a little bit too much, you go in too far, but if you stretch it just right, it'll clear it. But it's a hair trigger. Come on. No, see, and like it might make it or it might get stuck. I've had it where it gets stuck on there because it's like it's trying to pull itself back into its old size. And then it's ruined. Alright, I think that's it. Come on, please. Please. Please! This must be just thrilling television, guys. Just next level. That's gotta be it. It's not. Well, I am being nice and gentle though, so in theory, it won't rip this time. So that's me like really pushing on it. My little internal force gauge was just going, oh no, too hard. Got it. Jesus, all that for a piece of shrimp wrap. So I want it wrapped around that direction, right? Yeah, and then it zaps that video wire down. And unfortunately, I can't really do anything about the rest of it. I mean, I guess I could put another piece. Yeah, I'll put another piece over it in the other direction. That'll be cool. This feels very exposed. I'm also putting this here to lock the antenna down so it can't swivel around. Yeah. UFLs are pretty strong as long as you're like pulling them down. You can't let them like take any force. You gotta have them secured down. All right, good. And then, no, you know, I can't throw anymore because the wires are coming out there. And then I want this to come out in this direction. And yeah. Well, yeah, no, I could just go around this side here. This is fine. This is fine. Oh, perfect. The use for this. This is actually good because this will give the antenna a little bit more sort of strain relief almost. Again, if you pull these antennas down to the board, they're nice and strong. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just further pulling the UFL connector down onto the board. Know what I mean? All right, we're good. So that is now going to sit flat with the antenna facing rearwards. I guess on top, yeah, it's going to be safer to have it up on top because this receiver is fully shrimp wrapped, so I can put that flat down against the carbon. This is not. This has some exposed components up here in the corner, so I don't want to put this flat on the carbon. It shouldn't actually matter because I'm going to put a pad of VHB down below it, but you know that's just the sort of thing that I think of because, like, I don't know, maybe it pushes through the VHB or I rebuild it and I forget to put a fresh piece of VHB down there, and it, you know, like, just a thing to give a little bit of thought to. Plus, the wire for the crossfire is going down under this TPU piece, so it really, yeah, it makes sense to have that on the bottom. All right, VHB, come on, cooperate. Thank you. Bork says you're still plugged in, ... What do you mean plugged in? Oh, God, it is plugged in. The short saver was off, though. So, technically... I mean, not technically, like, definitely the quad wasn't getting any power. But yeah, I don't know if it's good to leave the short saver plugged in like that. It's probably fine, but no reason to. Okay. Get this VHP under the crossfire so that we can get it stuck down. There we go. Terrific. And so the flap is going to really help us out to give us a flat surface for this, but for right now, this is basically just going to stick to the press nut that's there, which is fine. It'll be aight. I'm not going to smash the living shit out of this thing quite yet. Now we're going to throw another piece on the bottom of the BTX. And then we're going to be good. How exciting. We're going to put some 8-blade props on this. It's going to be very quiet. Fly like a bag of shit. These props are actually going to be too big for these 1804s. This is too heavy of a prop for an 1804. It's almost too heavy for a 2004. 2005 would be perfect, I'll bet. This is very domed. It's going to be just one little part of this VHP that's going to actually get any work done, but it's okay. Make sure these guys are pressed down. I don't want this to be too tight. And then we're just going to sneak this guy in. Let's put another spin on it. And then we're just going to sneak it on in there. And drop it down on top of the crossfire. Don't fall off, guys. So now the antenna on the crossfire is strain relieved, and it's going down the bottom. And now this antenna is going up on the top. So it's funny, like I'm kind of using, not really on purpose, but I'm kind of using the antennas as like retention on these boards, which is funny. All right, so yeah, there you go. It's actually cleaner that way. And yeah, these boards are so light, they're really not going to like work their way out. The antennas will kind of hold them in, and all is right with the world. But I am still looking forward to having a little TPU flap on the bottom there that I can just run one little tiny zip tie through to then zip these guys down. Because this frame is just, there's just not a spot where you can do that right now. Technically there is a 26 by 26 hole up there, but it's kind of far forward, and it's just kind of unnecessary. Oh yeah, and then I'd have to go over the arms, and yeah, it would just be silly. So, but yeah, this is the best setup that I've ever had on one of these Rip Squeaks, in terms of, because I just keep kind of refining it. I keep changing the way that I mount the antenna, the way that I mount the crossfire, the way that you know what I mean? And the frame has changed a little bit too, right? We're now on the V2 frame, which is ever so slightly different. Oh yeah, I can't use this screwdriver anymore. It's very angry. Oh, no, 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 no. Hold on. Let's see what a diamond file has to say about that. Let's see. Shouldn't be a problem, I don't think, right? Oh, no problem. Oh, yeah. I'm being as gentle as I can, but this is totally working. Oh my god, Diamond File, you are a voracious bitch! Just gobbling that tool steel up. Dearie me, as the Brits would say. Oh, this is the Sunday stream too. Maybe there's somebody who says that. Well, I think that's it. This screwdriver is very magnetic, though. Actually, the little fuzzies are all stuck to it. You guys think it magnetic itself into the XT60? I mean, it shouldn't have been on the bench like that. This is why I try to put tools back onto the right side of the bench. Just getting the last little bit off. I'm having to push on this kind of hard. This is pretty legit. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's fine. Just trying something different, Shameless. Robex has got to go. Stay safe. Thanks for hanging, brother. Every Tim says, going so long is probably nearly the Monday stream in some parts of the EU. That's true. Fuck. That's funny to think about. My God. Yeah, I wish I were better about putting tools back in front of me there. I used to be good about it. I feel like I've gotten worse. I need this screwdriver because these titanium screws are very easily strippable with any other screwdriver. The tolerances are not the best on them. And this is a fancy build, so I use titanium hardware on it. I think titanium hardware is actually fine for micros, because we just don't hit as hard. We don't put as much energy. There just isn't as much energy involved in our crashes. But the problem with titanium hardware is stripping. The problem is not it breaking; it's the head stripping. And you have to, but with a MIP screwdriver, it's actually fine. It fits a little bit better. All right, so there's that, and then there are these, which are just as absurd, but are going to be balanced. So, let's do it. Let's be fucking meme lords, as I believe the kids would say. Although they wouldn't say the F word, because they're not allowed to, because they're children. Remember that shit? Remember not being allowed to curse? That drove me fucking crazy. I cursed so much when my parents weren't around, because they didn't want me to curse. It's like... Look at me now. Look at me now. I'm telling you, let your kids curse. If it's taboo, they're going to want to do it twice as bad. Landed the Vi-Fly on the wrench. Good God. CiottiFPV says, just ordered a SpeedyBee adapter V3. Anybody else do you like it? I have one of the original SpeedyBee things. It's really useful. I always forget that I have it, though. But it's come in really handy once or twice that I've actually remembered that I had it. Really nice to have in your bag. Amazing to have in your bag. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And now they're making all kinds of other components. Which, it just strikes me that you might have been talking about one of their other components, like their ESCs or one of their flight controllers. I think they're making flight controllers with Bluetooth on board or some shit. I feel like they've already done that. I feel like they did that maybe like 2 years ago, and I'm just realizing it now. Or maybe they're doing it again now or something. I don't know. I feel like I've seen that recently. Man, these props are really hard to tighten. There's not much of a gap in between the blades. And then the blades are so flimsy that, like, I feel like I'm gonna bend them out of alignment. I wonder if these manufacturers, these prop manufacturers, are now able to 3D print molds in some way. Because, man, they are turning out a shitload of different propeller designs and sizes and everything else lately. And it doesn't... Like, how fucking many of these things are they really going to sell? You know what I mean? Like... I'll bet you the molding process has somehow gotten easier or cheaper because of 3D printing. Which might also explain why there are like little tiny fine lines on all these propellers. Maybe that's the mold. Maybe that's the 3D printing lines of the mold. Probably not, but that's what made me think of it in that moment. Alright, boys and girls. For real this time. With authority. Here we go. It's world's weirdest indoor maiden time. I hope this doesn't come down into the props. Let me kick that transmitter on. Go to the other camera. And let the sketchiness begin!
Low battery.
No, I really can't go into the props. It just can't. It's not long enough. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Still gonna leave the room though. I'm still scared of these things. They're evil. They're out to get us. Look at me persisting. Oh, okay, arms. Oh, it sounds way better. There is something going on though. There is a little ting 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 ting. There's a vibration issue. That's for sure. It could just be the XT30 bouncing against the frame, to be honest with you. Let's see. Motors are not getting hot. There's something strange going on though. Something making a little noise. Let me get the battery strap secured. I don't think that's what it is, but there's no reason to let it flop around like it is right now. And it could be it. We're about to find out. It basically sounds like the gyro is getting garbage data from somewhere. Nope, same thing. It is quiet on these props. A weird noise. It doesn't seem like it's wiggling around. Huh. The VTX is working. It's just this really strange harmonic sound coming through the frame. I don't know if you guys... I doubt you guys can hear that. Loose frame screws? Could be. Come on, please. Please. Nope. Let's check the flight controller mounting. Oh. Oh, well, that's not good. The battery strap is rubbing up against the is pulling up against the flight controller. That ain't great. But other than that, Flight controller mounting's fine. Yeah, I can't have that battery strap like that. That ain't gonna work. That don't work for anybody. Alright, so we're gonna have to run it like this. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, stand by. See if that changed anything. That could have been it. I don't think it was, but it could have. Alright, so now... Oh man, that's a real fucking problem. These battery wires are not going to be long enough. Why is that pushing so hard? This, the XT30 lead that I used is definitely too short. It's definitely too short. Okay, I actually need to troubleshoot this. So the battery lead is pulling up into the flight controller, and it's not allowing the flight controller. So you know how I said garbage data is getting into the gyro? When you hard mount a flight controller, when a flight controller is not properly soft mounted on the rubber grommets rather, that's what happens. You get just like weird fucking resonances through the frame. So I need to figure out how to get this to not rub. Oh, don't I have that little XT30 to battery strap holder? And then if the battery strap is there, oh, but that buckle's gonna get in the way, isn't it? So I need to just run this strap backwards. Watch this. You guys aren't gonna believe the level of nerdery that's about to happen. So if I run this guy backwards, I can then put this little thing that I've got there, and then this guy would sit there. And then the only problem with that is the battery lead gets the shit beaten out of it on crashes. Don't like that. Do not want that. Even when it's here, it's kind of too short, right? Because that battery sits out there. Farts. 2-bit tech, you typed a bunch. Let me just troubleshoot this real quick, and then I'll take a look at what you're saying. Oh, I got it. Okay, I'm gonna leave this alone, and I just need to make an angle there. Yep, that's all. Got it. Okay. We're good. We're good. Yeah, and that'll naturally happen. That's right. Okay. Yeah, that'll naturally go down like that, and then I can just put a little twist in it. Done! Here we go. Now it actually, this might have actually fixed it. Let's see. This, my friends, is what I call mechanical tuning. If you've ever wondered by what the fuck I mean by that. Come on, you jackass. Get in there. I just need a little bit more slack on you. You little fart bag. There it is. God damn it, no, it's still... I just need to bend these wires over, that's all. That's better. Now I bet you it's fine. Nope. Damn. All right. Well, let me check something real quick. Nope. Yeah, it's properly soft mounted. It's got plenty of soft mountness. Is the entire stack shifting, maybe? No. Huh. Somebody said check the video. Good call. Got video. It's ugly video, but it's video. Oh, it's because it's overheated. Okay, yeah, let me get this unplugged. This has been plugged in for a long time. Okay. So I think what I might do is just fly it, see if the motors get hot,
Telemetry lost.
and take it from there. Because I mean, if they're not getting hot on hover, then it might actually be fine. And as long as the footage is okay, if it wants to make a funny little noise, then you know, who am I to stop it? Who am I to step in and oh, you know what I can do? I can put the gel on this. We could try that. I think I can actually do that pretty quick. Athix found a good Sharkbite VTX holder for the Whoop 1. Sharkbite Whoop, that's pretty cool. Ernie Tim says loose frame screw. I was hoping. 2-Bit Tech says, is this similar to the props from that YouTube video Move or something or the other with 64 props? Yep. Also video cool flying style. He moved that thing like it was self-aware, autonomous drone. Yeah. Quad Mover is his name. He has been a line of sight pilot forever. He is nuts. He was nuts back when I was getting started. He was one of the first people I watched. Just Fly says test the video. Good call. Darkman says good night. Gonna sleep now, close to midnight here. Thanks for hanging. 2-Bit Tech says love those taillights. What are they? Anything on scrapbox lights? Repurposing some LEDs. Party speaker box systems. Computer box, large parts bin. Most of the lights that I had, these little short arm LED lights are from Flywoo. They're 15 millimeters long. They're the shortest ones you can get. And then you can also get regular race wires here from Tiny's LEDs, or anywhere. That you can get these guys anywhere. But these little guys are extra short, 15 millimeters. Flywoo is the only one that make them, and I think you can only buy them on Flywoo's website, which is really annoying. Some quads have their personality, I think says, yeah, right? Ram Douglas says 4S, yep. Gamma Gonad says grab it, start over, and I'm caught up. Let me take a quick look. Yeah, let's do it. We doing it. Screw it. It won't take long. I'll be pretty impressed if this fixes it. It strikes me as just a little tiny bit of frame resonance maybe, and this might actually really knock that out. Like there's a chance that this actually does fix it, which could be really cool. Certainly a chance that this won't do shit, but this just strikes me as kind of like the perfect situation for this gel, because the gel doesn't do a lot, but it does something. So, like, yeah. This could be it, man. It could be NioGel's time to shine right now. You know what I also need to do is I need to find a 1 millimeter shorter screw for the center here. So let me do that. This is a perfect opportunity to do that as well. Figure out how long this thing is. I want to say it's a 9. I bet you it's a 9. So this is an 8. Let me compare it to it. Yep, it's a 9. Okay, so I want to replace it with an 8. I think this is the drawer slot with the 9s. Yeah, it is. So 2 8s. Yeah. Okay, good. Niogel should be up here, or is it in here? Or is it over here? Where the hell is it? Is it in the front? Niogel, where'd you go? You hiding, you son of a bitch? Got it. Alright. And so we can even put it in between the arms on this thing. Maybe it'll be extra effective with it being in between the arms here. So that sits like that, and then this thing sits on top like so. I'll just put it on the top and the bottom plate, and that way it'll be in the right spots. I think that's the easiest thing to do. Fuck, I can usually do this without getting messy, but I'm gonna get messy on this one. I'm gonna hold this shit. This shit is so sticky. Like, fucking, it's hard to get off your fingers and shit. It's really weird stuff. But once I've, like, now that I've worked with it, like, I kind of get it. Like, I kind of understand what it's up to. Just by, like, how thick that it is and how, like, I don't know. Okay, so it's going to go on the base plate from there and forward. So if I just do like a little smack here, when I go up and around, I can just kind of like pull some down here, around the hole a little bit, and then up here. I hope I'm not supposed to be putting like a ton of this on. It squeezes out when you crank the screws down though, so I assume the answer to that is a definite no. But I hope I'm doing it right. I'm sure it's fine. But there's very little method to the madness. Alright, I put a big chunk on this side. Should be enough for both. Alright, I think I got enough of that on there. I feel like if you just get like any kind of a coating that's somewhat even, it's just when you crank everything down, it's just gonna blah. This is cool. I hope this works because then it can just be like, hey, got a rip squeak frame? Get Niogel. It's gonna help. Bob Noxious is in the house. Gamagonad says, I apply it fairly liberally. What comes out comes out. At least I know there's good coverage. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to have that same mindset. Well, I think I do have that same mindset. But at the same time, like, not go way the hell overboard. Just trying to look at, like, the little coverage pattern to make sure it's going to be... I think I'm going to put a little bit more up here. Just in the corners. It looks like it's a little light in the corners. You can really see it in the light. It's kind of slick. That's better. That's much better. And then this plate is now stuck to my fucking arm. That's great news. God damn it, now it's on my fucking wrist. Come on now. Dan Richmond is on the Niogel train as well. All aboard, motherfuckers. I'll put a little tiny bit more on this base plate. It looks like I missed a little spot. You know what doesn't have Niogel on it? Any of those bullshit ass binding flies, that's for sure. Alright. Actually, Niogel would probably be a really good idea for the OEMs. Anything that they can do to reduce vibes is going to help them out and help their customer service folks out. That would actually make a lot of sense. That's funny. Don't fall, little buddies. Okay. So, where's that other screw? There it is. Okay, so I need to put long screw here, long screw there, and that'll lock it in. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so come on, stay over here. Stay over here, buddy. Be cool. Be cool, bro. Get in there. Get in your home. No. No. Get in there. Come on. There it is. Oh boy. Oh, this one came out. No wonder. Come on, get up in there. Get in there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff. Ugh. Yes. Yes. Okay, terrific. Now the arms meet up and all the partying begins. Okay, great. Let's get these guys cranked down and then we'll do the rear real quick. The rear real quick. And then hopefully it'll be a little less noisy in the air, which means less nonsense getting into the gyro. You know what? This is I did build this without a capacitor. So a capacitor will, if this doesn't get rid of the noise, a capacitor will probably be next on the list to make sure it's not an electrical noise issue. So yeah, let's hope for the best on this one. 2-Bit Tech says, by the way, what is the Mazda 2 fund repairs? No, I'm buying a car, another car. My Miata has been in the shop for the last like year and a bit, so I have to buy something, and my ex-wife is actually going to sell me the Mazda 2 that I helped her buy and build and maintain and shit over the years. Oh my god, this is going to be such a pain in the ass because of that Crossfire Nano being in there. This is not going to be great. I hope I didn't crank that zip tie down. I don't think I did, but oh, it's going to be sad if I did. Oh god, easy fella. Don't guillotine that mini Mortal T. Okay. Come on. Okay. That's actually not too bad. Let's get some gel on this motherfucker. Do the base plate first here. Oh yeah, this is a pain in the ass it being here. Whatever. Shall persist. Nevertheless, we persist, boys. Come on. Get out of the way, you little jerk. Come on. Come on. go. Okay. Looking kind of good. Need a little more in there. Yep, that's it. That's the stuff. Alright. We are KY jellied up. Now we just got to do a little base plate and in between the arms on their little pads. Okay. Alright, and then let's go over here. Spread around. Okay, cool. So that looks good. I'm going to put it here so it doesn't stick to my wrist this time. And then just a little bit more for in between the arms. A little on that one. And a little on this one. And smear it around there. And the same thing with this one. All right. Good to go, I think. Let's see if that made a difference. I'm cautiously optimistic. Jesus, 2 bits. That's awful. My God. Daniel, that's interesting. That's super interesting. I never, I mean, it's funny because that might be also what's happening to the Cinesplorer. Although no, you can see it in the black box of the Cinesplorer, so that's not exactly what's happening to that one. But yeah, you know, it's maybe it's just this V2. Maybe there's a resonant frequency on this V2 frame that wasn't there on the V1. That's super interesting. I wouldn't think so. I would think that would have gotten discovered during testing. But I mean, you never know. Different motors, different builds, different KV, different stator size, different numbers of magnets. It's like, Jesus. How do we know anything? How can anything ever be right? Alright, come on, come on, come on. Get in there. Get in there, friend. Get in there, buddy. Get in. Yep. Go, go, go. Come on. You too. You jerk. Get up in. Get up. Get up there. Oh, shit. The Immortal T is underneath. Oh, God. Oh, it's going to be covered in Nio It's going to be covered. Oh, fuck. It's covered. So I'm going to use the center hole first, then. Oh, I should have done that anyway. Should have done that anyway. That would have made it easier. Because I can just go arm in hole, and then other arm, and oh god, the fucking Immortal T is in the way again. Get out of there, you jerk. There we go. And then in other arm. Come on, other arm. God damn it, come on, other arm. There it is. And then into frame. And I can just throw a driver on it and probably make that a little bit easier. There it be. Yeah, so that's the way to do it. Do it from the middle screw. Oh god, this Immortal T is covered in smack. Alright, a little bit less smack on it now. Cool. Last two, and then we will test hover again. Oh man, I put way too much of it on the frame in the front. Jesus, that's gonna get real dirty. Real dirty. This doesn't work. Soft mounting the motors. Yeah, motors definitely aren't getting soft mounted. I do not believe in soft mounting motors, especially on a freestyle quad that's going to crash. Oh, these motors are definitely a known quantity. These motors have been beautiful on like everything. Acrobrat, 250, prototype 3.5-inch frame that Bob sent. Yeah, these motors are definitely not the problem. I mean, it could be these props, but I doubt it. Let's see how it is. Let's see. I mean, on most of my builds at this point, the motors are known quantities. The electronics are known quantities. So it's kind of like sometimes the frame is the only thing that changes. But I mean, it depends. It depends. Hi, kitten. You hungry? I know, buddy. I know. This is a long stream. What do you think of that, kitten? Can you handle it? Hopefully my transmitter's not on, is it? Oh, thank God, no. All right, kicking the transmitter on. Do another little test hover here. See what's what. It could even be. Nah, it's not gonna be something that's. I mean, it could be something in the tune. I really doubt it, but it technically could be. I'm worried about this, the way that this flight controller is mounted. I'm not really all that happy with it. It could be related to that, but I don't know. Still there. Let me, I'm gonna hover it like right here to see if you guys can hear it. I can't hover it over the desk though because it puts out enough thrust that everything will go everywhere. But I'm gonna hover it as close to the desk as I can so you guys can maybe hear it. I accidentally hovered it over the desk and everything went everywhere. Nope, don't want to put that near the microphone. So yeah, a little weirdness. Maybe that'll go away with the different propellers. Maybe, I don't know. This is a flight controller without black box, so we can't really do that. Maybe I'll add some extra filtering in. It did have a pretty aggressive filter setup, which you can usually get away with, but sometimes you can't.
Telemetry lost.
Interesting. I'm going to leave these props on it for now, though, because I'm going to take some clickbaity-ass pictures in a little bit. That's going to do it, I think, for this stream. A little bit of a longer one. What do you think of that, world? Oh, my God! Gamma Gonad says, take 3. Go-kart Mozart's in the house. He says, have you tried gel between the motors and the frame before? I have not. I assumed that if that was a thing to do, Chris would have talked about it. I assume that he wouldn't have... I assume that he would have thought of that. Right? He's a smart guy. But you never know. Gamma Gonad says, big motors, big props, tiny quad could be an issue. Could be. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Dan Urchin says, I made a stair-step Terra backwards glide mount. It should arrive tomorrow. Damn, nice, Dan. Very cool. Much appreciated. 2-Bit Tech says bent motor shaft. A couple of the motors are bent, but they wouldn't be doing what this is doing. So you guys could hear it? Cool. JVFPV says put a cap on it. That's going to be the next thing that happens, I think. I usually run these ESCs with caps. I think this is the first time I've had one. Oh god, it's 4 hours. I'm out of here. I got everybody though. Later. Hold on. Here comes some flying. Same spot, different battery. Later. Oh, I don't want to play that one. Play this one. All right, fellas, be good. See you guys tomorrow, 10 o'clock p.m. CiottiFPV.com. Help me do this full time. Love ya.
I waited for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drag us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you think you wanna be for the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.